Going to call the meeting to order, the special Board of Supervisors meeting. Supervisor Kosmicki, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Can I get a motion to acknowledge the certificate of posting, please?
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Okay, and now we have closed session. County Council, will you? Okay, do we have any public comment on the closed session item?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment at this time.
Thank you. So we can,
Just go to closed session.
we can adjourn to closed session.
Yep.
So do you need to read out anything for it?
No, I don't.
No, okay,
And
so
we're gonna
we'll
go
go ahead
to-
and, so we're gonna go into a closed session.
Thank you.
Okay, calling the meeting back to order, returning from closed session. County Council, can you please report out?
No reportable action.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Yeah, and it's to the meeting at 4 o'clock.
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back for the joint planning session, or Planning Commission Board of Supervisors special meeting. Thank you.
Now I'm like dumb.
What chairs do you want us to bring up? These? Just bring up, we'll just put our planning commissioner to the left of us. To the left. Noon, we're going to call the special Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission meeting to order. It is 4:10. Supervisor Zenger, can I get you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Can I get a motion to acknowledge the certificate of posting, please?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0? How are we doing? Can I just get clarification for voting? Is this going to be a 5-0, a 10-0? How does that work?
That's a great question.
10-0?
We'll defer to legal.
Right,
Yeah.
except for this.
10-0.
Okay. All right, 10-0, thank you. All right. So we will move right into the regular agenda, number 1A. Abraham Prado?
Thank you, Madam Chair Sotelo, members of the board, Chair Gibson, members of the Planning Commission, and members of the audience. Good afternoon. Abraham Prado, Planning and Building Services Director for the County of San Benito. It is great that we're having this joint Board of Supervisors Planning Commission meeting to discuss land use matters. And so we'll get right to it. We have three main items. The first one's on land use, and we'll focus on that first. We have the housing element update overview. That will come second. And then finally, we have a discussion regarding mining operations in San Benito County, and that's going to be third in the agenda. But we'll be focusing on the land use aspect first, if that's okay with the board and the Planning Commission, Madam Chair. And if it's okay with you, you tell me. Otherwise, we would like to do the presentation, and then if it's okay, you can open up the public hearing or public comment period, and then we'll bring it back to the commission and the board for dialogue and questions and answers and so forth. Thank you. Thank you so much. Before we begin, I just want to let you know that in regards to the land use, you're going to see a lot of maps, and if at any point you want to zoom in on any particular area, any particular point, and we will have areas a little bit more closer. This is just an overview of the land use map. If you want to have any areas zoomed in on, just let me know. Thank you a big thank you to Rene Anchera, our GIS analyst. He helped us with the creation of all these maps. And if you want to zoom in at any time, just let me know. And he actually created a interactive map, and we can go right into it, and we'll zoom in right almost to see our backyards and pools and people out there, but not necessarily, but close to it. We thought it was appropriate to start off with the overall County of San Benito land use map because we're talking about land use at this time. Item number one, there's over 890,000 acres in San Benito County, which approximates 1,391 square miles, large area. And the purpose of the land use element is twofold. One is to include land use designations that identify the type and intensity of uses permissible on unincorporated property in the county, such as, ag, rangeland, residential multiple, and so forth. And the second part is to include goals and policies identifying the county's philosophy, not only for future change, but also for preservation. I'll give you an example, and we'll come back to the policies and so forth. One of the policies on our land use element is LU 3.10, which states that if a new development permanently converts prime farmland that is Class 1 soil to non-agricultural uses, the county should encourage project applicants to preserve up to an equal number of prime farmlands 1-to-1 ratio. So that's That's one of various examples that we have in our current general plan, which, as you all know, was adopted in 2015, and it is a 20-year horizon to 2035. And so the law allows, because it's such an extensive document, the preparation of it, can take years. The law allows for up to 4 general plan amendments for a jurisdiction a year. And so one of them, you all know, we presented to the board and to the Planning Commission, is the new community study areas general plan amendment. And if it's okay, we'll start on land use with this topic. So as you all know, back in August of 2022, the board directed staff to provide, after given direction, to bring back an initiation of a general plan amendment to either modify or eliminate. It started with the BOSA new community study area. And then when we came back in September, the board basically indicated that they wanted to extend that modification or elimination to all of the other areas as well, the San Juan study area, Union study area, and Fairview, as well, as you can see in the map. And that's taken directly from our general plan. And it's essentially to eliminate from or modify new community study areas, including but not limited to emphasis on eliminated residential development other than as permitted for agricultural parcels under current AP agricultural productive and AR agricultural rangeland zone densities, and both the new community study area. So that's how it started, but then the request was to extend that to the other 3 as well. And so in September of 2022, staff came to the board, and basically we got resolution 2022-0103 to initiate that general plan amendment. And then that same month, we came to the Planning Commission and we gave a presentation as well. So the status of that is that per Government Code 65352, the jurisdiction is required to provide the opportunity for public comment on the on general plan amendments, specifically for responsible agencies, which include Caltrans, schools, all the different responsible agencies, and it's a 45-day period. And we actually started that 45-day period back in April 19th. We had a public meeting with the Planning Commission, and we started that 45-day period. And that 45-day period ended May 29th, and we had no comments. And we just wanted to hear from if there was any information of why we shouldn't do the general plan amendment or why we should do the general plan amendment from any of the responsible agencies, and take that into consideration. We heard none, so we're moving forward. And then we also have, per Government Code 65352.3, Senate Bill 18, we have the period of tribal comments and or request for consultation, which ends July 17th. Again, this is for the modification or elimination of potential development in these community study areas. Staff's not necessarily anticipating potential consultation, but more than likely it can be. So that ends the week of July 17th. As I mentioned, on April 19th, we had a Planning Commission meeting, and the Planning Commission, took public comment, and also by form of a consensus, indicated that their recommendation would be to actually not necessarily modify, but eliminate all 4 new community study areas, and that would go to the board. But we would, after the plan is to, the next steps is to in the fall, we're hoping, come before the Planning Commission to get that formal recommendation in the form of a resolution to the board, and then have those board meetings at that time in the fall of 2023, and hopefully at that point complete the general plan amendment. So that's in regards to the new community study areas update. So now, if it's okay with the board and the Planning Commission, Madam Chair Sotelo, we're gonna go kind of category by category, briefly, just kind of talking about each of the land uses and where they're located, and what is, just in general terms, what's allowed, what's not allowed, and at that point, then afterwards, hopefully seek direction from the board, Planning Commission, if there's any will of maybe starting a general plan amendment or just getting comments. We would leave that up to your board and Planning Commission. And so, starting with the agricultural land use, is composes of 60,708 acres throughout the county of San Benito. And I'll focus a little bit more on the next slide, which is approximately 2,675 parcels. And the purpose of this designation is to maintain the productivity of agricultural land, especially prime farmland in the county. And currently, the designation, the housing that is allowed in the agricultural land use designation is 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. In the northern part of the county, as you can see in this map, hopefully it's a little bit more clear. Again, at any point, if you want us to go interactive, we can do that. But as you can see, the agricultural land use goes all the way to the northern part of the boundaries of the county, along Highway 25, north and south, Shore Road, north and south, San Felipe, east-west. Fairview comes all the way down till about McCloskey to the west, and then it changes designation, and then it continues southbound to about Santa Ana Valley Road to the east. On the west side of Hollister, the ag land use goes all the way to the west terminus of the county limit, all the way to like Highway 101. As you can see, north and south of Highway 156, and it encompasses all that area all around San Juan Bautista. To the south and east, as you can see on the map here, agricultural land use kind of comes down along Southside Road, southwest, and then on the eastern part from Santa Ana Valley Road, as mentioned, comes down and kind of on John Smith, Santa Ana Valley Road, and Ken Saba Road is another big portion. And as you can see here, a big portion in the middle is the city of Hollister, and obviously that has a whole different designation, whole different general plan. But then there's an area east of Fairview that's outside of the city limits in the unincorporated area, and then south of Ridgemark. And the majority of that, we'll get into that in the next land use category, but the majority of that is residential mix. And it really jumps from a 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres to up to 20 units per acre. And we'll see that in a little bit, but I'm gonna continue to talk a little bit more about ag. Per the California Department of Conservation, the FMMP, Farmland Mapping and Monitoring Program, in order to be shown on FMMP's important farmland map as prime or as statewide land of statewide importance, land must meet 2 criteria. And a lot of jurisdictions use the FMMP map to to map out their prime ag in their county. And so the first criteria is land use, and that basically is identified as that it has been irrigated ag production at some time during the 4 years prior to the important farmland map date. So that's one category. And the other category is soil. The soil must meet the physical and chemical criteria for prime farmland or farmland of statewide importance as determined by the USDA. And I bring this to your attention because, as you well know, San Benito County the agriculture has a huge economic impact. I mean, agriculture is really big in our county. We have some of the best, richest soils, not just in the state, but in the whole world. And so I'm sure that this is of high importance to you all as well, and based on prior planning commission meetings and board of supervisor meetings, I know you brought this to staff's attention. So we wanted to bring this to your attention as well because, as you can see here, one of the categories in the land use is that in order for the State Department of Conservation to identify prime farm land, it needs to be irrigated ag production at some time during the 4 years. And so I'm just bringing this land use mitigation back policy that we have in our general plan. And so if say, for example, a developer were to purchase the land and not necessarily want to irrigate it for a few years, 4 years per se, then it can potentially lose that prime farmland category. And so if that's the case, then as San Benito County and other counties use the state to say, well, this is our prime farmland and this is not. If it takes that category, then you really cannot mitigate you know, ag land, once it's gone, it's gone. But we do have at least policy that says that we should actually try to keep a ratio of 1-to-1. So if we develop 1 acre of prime, then we should conserve one acre of prime, you know, elsewhere. And so if the way we have it now, if it goes away, it just goes away. And there's other counties, like Yolo County, for example, that have language that says, you know, additionally, land that is not currently in production, i.e., if it hasn't been irrigated for the past 4 years, shall also be considered prime farmland under this section if in the reasonable judgment of the approving authority. So these are, if it is in the best interest of the Planning Commission Board, you know, to provide direction, this is kind of information that staff we gathered to present to you for discussion purposes, if that's the will of the board and the Planning Commission. So this is just other information regarding the California Department of Conservation, the different definitions. And so it has become very apparent that our general plan does not have, it does not have an agricultural land use element. It has a natural resources element that discusses open space, but it doesn't have a natural resource and doesn't have an agricultural element per se. And so there is laws, and that is Government Code Section 65560 basically, you know, talks about how we should be, the jurisdiction should be in compliance. And this, I apologize, this slide itself, I included it because after talking with staff, we thought it would be very important that we provide this information to you. We actually brought this item to you in March 14th to ask for the board for initiation of a general plan amendment so we can basically be in compliance and start the creation of this, you know, agricultural element and provide all of these requirements that come with the agricultural element. And so essentially the board at its March 14th meeting approved the resolution to start that initiation, and then on the same item approved another resolution allowing staff to apply to the Sustainable Agricultural Land Conservation Program, otherwise known as SOAP. And this program or this grant supports the development of local and regional land use policies and economic development strategies to protect critical agricultural land. And we're applying to develop an agricultural land use element as set forth in Government Code 65560. And the pre-proposals are due later this month. We actually have been working, staff has been working very diligently with our grant writer, the county's grant writer, Mr. Marquez, and he's been great. We've actually also been working with San Benito Agricultural Land Trust, Lynn Overtree, and Carmen Brown, and then with consultants from the Department of Conservation, Serena Unger and Amy McPhee, to submit the proposal prior to June 30th, and then apply for the application on September 8th, prior to September 8th. So just wanted to give that as an update. This brings us to residential mix, and with this, we'll just try to kind of go from one land use to the other and kind of try to be as steady as possible. Residential mix consists of 3,928 acres throughout the county of San Benito, as you can see, and I'll focus a little bit more on it. It's mostly surrounding city of Hollister, a little bit along Tres Pinos, and it consists of 2,687 acres. And this designation applies to areas that are largely developed and have public infrastructure or are, you know, near public infrastructure services necessary to support the increased density. And this density allows mixed-use developments that include residential, retail, and office uses at a maximum density of 20 dwelling units per acre. As you can see here on the next slide, most of that portion that was between ag and what was vacant on the ag land use is within the residential mixed now, and there's not really much of a transition. And I'll show another slide here. It's also in your packets, which kind of shows the comparison between the ag and the residential mix that, you know, Renee was kind enough to help us with. As you can see here, residential mix is also north of Buena Vista and certain portions of the unincorporated area. It's also between Santa Ana Road and Hillcrest Road, west of Fairview. It's also located north and south of John Smith Road, basically coming down east of Fairview, coming down all the way to about Gavilan College, and then also on Union Road, Airline Highway and Union Road, and the unincorporated area where San Benito Street Extension hits Union, basically all the way to about Airline Highway. This map here shows the city of Hollister mostly, with some of the unincorporated areas that are basically surrounded by the city of Hollister. As you well know, as the city of Hollister started growing, it started pretty much surrounding some of these county pockets. The Cortese-Knox Act, LAFCO law calls them county islands. Of course, we're not at sea, but still, they call them county islands for some reason. That's what they mention on the Cortese-Knox Act. And as you can see here, they're mostly circled in blue. These areas are mostly within the residential mixed, and if they were to be developed. However, I know it's policy by the city of Hollister that normally if an applicant wants to go and has a property that's located in the jurisdiction of the county, even though it's surrounded by the city, normally they would go to ask for either an annexation or out of services connection. And so it's been the policy of the city that if it is substantially surrounded by a city, that they would require annexation as opposed to out of services. But that is a whole different process. But if one want to discuss that a little bit further, we'd be happy to as well. The next category is the rangeland category, and this category is essentially the largest category throughout the county of San Benito. It composes of 684,537 acres, approximately 3,289 parcels. Not that many parcels, but they are large parcels. The minimum lot size is 40 acres, so we have some huge parcels that are considered rangeland, and the purpose of this designation is to maintain open space and grazing lands on hills, mountains, and remote areas of the county. This next one, and I'll go a little bit, I'll focus on some of these areas. This next one is rural. Rural has approximately 9,361 acres throughout the county, 620 parcels, and the purpose of this designation is to allow very low density residential development in areas that are not primarily suited for agricultural uses, but due to the lack of public infrastructure or for geographical reasons are unsuited for higher density residential designations. And the maximum density is 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. And so we find these areas essentially east of Fairview, south of Santa Ana Valley Road. There's a big portion. And then also towards the west of Highway 101, west of Highway 156, and near the Aromas area, as you can see here on the map, a little bit more focused. And again, this is 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres, rural. There's also a designation essentially of rural south of San Juan Bautista along Salinas Road. South of that, apparently in the form of Italy, but it's in that area. It's in that area in our map. The next one is rural transitional. It composes of approximately 694 acres, approximately 246 parcels. And the purpose of this is designation is to allow traditional rural development as a transition between rural and urban areas. And the maximum density allowed here is 1 dwelling unit per 2.5 acres. And the focus on this is essentially east of Fairview and south of Santa Ana Valley Road. That's one major area. And then it also south of Corey Road in the Aromas area and east of Carpinteria Road. The next one is rural residential. Rural residential composes of approximately 2,477 acres, approximately 504 parcels. And the purpose of this designation is to allow for large law rural residential homes within areas of the county that are generally unsuitable for productive agriculture. and these properties will typically lack public infrastructure, and the maximum density is 2 dwelling units per 1 acre on this land use category. And as you can see, is essentially in the area west of Fairview between McCloskey and Santa Ana Road, and also just north of the Tres Pinos area. There's also an area in Aromas, and it's essentially to the east of Carpinteria between Sealy and just south of Quarry Road. So that was mostly the residential areas. Now we're gonna go into the commercial areas. Commercial thoroughfare is the first one that we have to present to you, and that composes of approximately 283 acres, approximately 78 parcels, and the purpose of this designation is to provide commercial services for motorists near highway interchanges, along thoroughfares, and near parks and other tourist attractions to capture pass-through traffic, and to allow for commercial uses that serve the agricultural and rural unincorporated community, including shopping centers, trucks, and automobile stations, and hotels, motels. And these areas are along Highway 156 at 25, if you can see here towards the south, and then also along 156 in San Felipe, also 156 and Fairview, and a little bit further north along Shore Road and 25, and also Shore Road and San Felipe. That's in the northern area. West and south of Hollister, we see 2 additional areas along Highway 156 and Union, and then another along Highway 156, and where it kind of splits into San Juan Road. And then further south, we see another area along Airline Highway and Quien Sabe Road. And these are the commercial thoroughfare areas. The next area is a commercial neighborhood. Composes of about 160 acres throughout the county, approximately 53 parcels, and the purpose of this designation is to provide convenience goods such as retail and restaurants within or near communities or other concentrations of population, to reduce unnecessary vehicular trips to commercial centers in the cities. And this commercial designation actually also allows for a mixed use. It allows for up to 20 dwelling units per acre as well. And we find these areas such as in west of the, to the west of the county in Aromas, to the east of Carpinteria, just north of Rose and south of Quarry, also along Fairview and Fallon, also on Fairview and Airline, and along Tres Pinos as well, just north of Quien Sabe Road. Commercial regional. Commercial regional composes 152 acres throughout the county. It's mainly 5 areas. The purpose of this designation is to provide areas that function as destinations for commercial activities serving the regional population. And this designation intends to accommodate the location of such commercial uses at key intersections along Interstate 101. And the uses include shopping centers, truck and auto stations, tourist serving commercial uses, and hotels, motels. We have 2, for example, on the western area, right before the Red Barn, right before the San Juan exit that kind of takes us to Watsonville. And so there's one along Highway 101 and one across the street, as you can see here on the left side of my screen. And then on the other screen, you see another one along Highway 101 and San Juan Highway, and it's basically to the west of Answer High School. And then the other is located along Highway 101 and the Bettable Road exit. That was a summary of the commercial areas. We're heading now to the industrial, kind of almost towards the latter part of the presentation. And for industrial, we have 2 designations, industrial heavy and industrial light. And the industrial heavy composes of approximately 721 acres, approximately 50 parcels. And the purpose of this designation is to provide areas for heavy industrial activities that are not suitable for urban areas because of their size, noise, dust, traffic, or safety concerns due to such as large-scale manufacturing, mining, recycling transfer centers, chemical and explosive manufacturing, or similar uses. You can see some of these, such as in the Aromas area along Quarry Road to the east of Carpinteria, also along Highway 101 just north of Answer High School, and then also along Highway 156 south of San Juan Bautista along Salinas Road. Another area is in the unincorporated area of the county, just to the east of 156 along San Juan Road, and then also along San Felipe Road and some of the unincorporated islands, just to the, as you can see here at the bottom, southwest, Dasso's Place, and then to the north between Fallon and McCloskey along San Felipe to the east. Industrial Light composes of approximately 552 acres, 12 parcels, and the purpose of this designation is to allow light industrial development near existing transportation systems, and this includes warehouses, contractor yards, nurseries, lumber yards, auto repair, light manufacturing, and research and development operations. Of course, very different than the heavy type, mining and others. And so we have a few throughout the county, mostly to the west and north of the city of Hollister, such as along Union Road, Pacific Scientific. Then we have along San Juan Road, east of Highway 156. We have one along west of Highway 25 at Flynn Road. And then we have northeast of the Community Parkway and San Felipe Road, south of Highway 156 intersection. This now takes us to our PQP, Public Quasi-Public Land Use Designation. And that composes of approximately 429 acres, approximately 40 parcels. And the purpose of this designation is to provide for public and quasi-public uses, including public utility facilities and services. And this information comes directly from our general plan, from the county's general plan. And this applies to the following uses: schools, landfills, recycling, resource recovery, government lands, sewage treatment plants, fire stations, sheriff stations, jails, religious meeting areas, libraries, energy generation, water distribution, public meeting halls, and similar uses. And so as you can see, the designations here, we have Gavilan College, who is designated PQP here in this red area. And then we have the high school as well, and we have John Smith Landfill as well. Getting towards the end here, parks, we have 72,542 acres of designated area per our general plan land use parks designation, approximately 279 parcels. And as you can see, these are designated areas that apply to federal, state, or county agencies. And the uses allowed within the federal and state parks are dictated by those agencies. Permissible uses within the parks include public recreation facilities, golf courses, community park, neighborhood park, local parks, community centers, campgrounds, and recreation corridors and trails. And as you can see here, we have the Pinnacles National Park and Hollister Hills State Vehicular Recreation Area. This next item here, we're bringing it to your attention. This was part of a mobility partnership meeting. And so in the mobility partnership meeting, we, it's made up of representatives, county elected officials, city elected officials, and representatives from Caltrans, representatives from San Benito County Council of Governments. And so Caltrans and the meeting that they had in May provided an update of some of their projects in District 4 and District 5. We actually invited Caltrans and San Benito County COG to be a part of this meeting. They may be in Zoom, but we saw them personally about a week ago. And so they were interested in being a part of this meeting. And so essentially one of the discussion items at that meeting was that in the Santa Clara district, there's talks about the extension of Santa Teresa Boulevard from an existing southern terminus, passing just past Gavilan College, and it would essentially curve to the east along Highway 25, and then there is a potential for a connection from Highway 152 to Highway 25. And as you can see on the dark blue line here, I just had the, I don't know why the pointer's not working. Here it is. So this dark blue line is basically showing how it would connect to the 152 highway. And so this was a purpose of discussion, and it also discussed the potential of having like an envelope for like a new trade commercial corridor. You can see these areas in pink here that talk about potential commercial zones that the county can potentially consider. So we bring this to your attention because, you know, this is in the talks at this time, and so we have representatives here from the county who are a part of the mobility partnership. If you want to discuss further, and if we have anybody from the public as well, especially from COG or Caltrans, that could address this during public comment, that would be great as well. And I bring this up because this area is mainly within the agricultural land use currently of the general plan. It's kind of, as you can see here in this area in red, is just more or less where it is planned to occur, or at least it's being discussed. And so if there is a will of starting to look into these areas for potential overlay or something to that effect, it would be good to hear that. So finally, this next slide was not included in your PowerPoint, but we just want to end up with this. At the May, I think it was the second meeting of the board, when the Kimley Horn was their services were retained for the housing element. I believe it was Supervisor Kuzmicki who mentioned about the potential to amend our user fees to allow for a general plan surcharge, for a general plan fee within our permits. And so this would essentially apply. Different jurisdictions have different methods. For example, right before I left my in 2021, my previous the jurisdiction that I worked for, the city of Hollister, the city updated its fees, and I worked with Wilden Financial to bring in a 3.5% for all building permits and all planning entitlement applications. And so all of that would generate into a fund to where then when a general plan wants to be updated, or essentially, after so many years being updated, or if you want to do a general plan amendment, we can use those funds to be able to, work and be able to update our general plan. And Ariel was kind enough to actually do a little bit of research what other cities are doing. City of Hollister, 3.5% for all planning applications and building fees. Santa Cruz has a 2%. City of Hercules has 1% on project valuation, so they have it a little differently. So every building permit has a valuation of it, and so Hercules has a 1% project valuation, and City of Sacramento has it a little bit different. They have it as $2 per every $1,000 of building permit valuation with the max fee. And then San Jose has a 5% building and planning fee, Los Angeles 3%, and Santa Rosa has a little bit different. They charge depending on the type of application. So they'll have a flat fee of $569 for every new single family home, $100 for every building permit that is regarding an addition or remodel of a single family home, $401 for every new multifamily, $100 for any permit that involves modification or remodel or addition of a multifamily, and so forth and so on. And I just brought up just a really brief example of, say, if you want to be consistent to the city of Hollister because it's nearby, that's one way. But like in valuation, in our city of Hollister RMA website, if we go to the RMA website and on the left-hand side, you'll see it's all there right now. You'll see that it has a monthly issued building permits, and for the month of for 2023, January, February, March, and April, that information is there already. For January, we have a total of 55 permits over 1,700,000. For February, we have over 3,850,000 evaluation. For March, we have over 7 million, and for April, we have over 3 million, a little bit over 16 million. So if we had like that 1% of Hercules, at this point we would have $160,000 just in these 4 months set aside for a land use update, just as an example. And so these last 4 months, the RMA has processed over 250 permits. So we're well on board to have over 1,000 permits being processed, not only new single-family homes or whatnot, but additions, pools, all these different permits. So yeah, we have two permit techs, and we've done over 250. So just wanted to kind of give you an example of the last discussion that we had at our board meeting, and I asked Ray if it was okay just to add these last two. I know they weren't in your packet, but we thought it would be relevant because if you give us directions to start to amend it, we wanted to show you, and we did get in touch with Wilden, and we want to see if we can bring back an item, hopefully at the next board meeting to discuss, per your direction, if you want to do like a flat percentage. We do need to do like a minor calculation of, we need to see more or less how much the general plan update overall would cost, and then how many building permits we're getting, and we need to have some type of nexus that kind of shows that we are not just throwing out a number out there, that there's a nexus to what we're asking for from our residents when they come in and get a building permit. So we're trying to work on that, and we will try to have it to you. If it's with the board and the planning commission, we'll try to get it as soon as possible, as early as our next meeting. With this, I'm happy to answer any questions, comments.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question? It's not really about his presentation. Awesome presentation, very informative. But since you gave us so much, you excluded the SALC slide, you excluded the Yolo County slide, and the fee chart. So can you send all of us a copy of that? Because it was very much information, very helpful, and I'll hold my other questions for everything else. Thank you.
Absolutely, will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and open it up to public comment, please.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. I have in chambers Paul Ravella.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Commission and the board. It's been a while since I've been here. The last time you didn't have security posted at the door. Makes me wonder what I've been missing out on. Again, my name is Paul Ravella. I'm a resident and business owner here in San Benito County. I'm here today. That was a fairly extensive presentation. I thought we were just talking about the new community study areas, and that's why I'm here today. Which are guidelines that have been included in the 2035 general plan update that was adopted by the Board of Supervisors in 2015. I was an active participant in the development of the general plan. I don't know if there's a lot of new faces in the room here today. I'm not sure you're familiar with what the county spent in time, money, and effort in getting this general plan update implemented. There were 2 phases. Phase 1 involved surveys mailed to 14,000 homes. It included at least 3 workshops: Tres Pinos, San Juan Bautista, Hollister. It included presentations. It included interviews with various stakeholder groups. The consultant at the time was Mintier Harnish. It later became EMC. I don't know how much money was spent on it, but it was an extensive amount. That was phase 1. Phase 2 then included the county impaneling a 15-member general plan update advisory committee from various districts and various industries, community groups, business people, ranchers, farmers, all sorts of folks. They had at least, I believe, 12 meetings. There were 6 meetings similar to this one, joint meetings between the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission had their own set of meetings. The Board of Supervisors had their own set of meetings. I attended almost all of them at the time. And that investment worked. It worked. The general plan update was approved 5-0. unanimously by the Board of Supervisors. The reason I'm here is because I kind of take it, as a participant in that process, I take it probably more personal than I should, that the board is considering unwinding stuff that the county previously and the community previously spent so much time and effort getting implemented in the 2035 general plan. I mean, for me personally, I think I'd rather see the county implement and use the general plan that it invested so much time and money in, rather than after the fact go and unwind everything that a lot of people like myself. You can look at the 2035 general plan update website that the county maintains and see everybody that was involved. You can verify the data I gave you here today. It's not just me saying this. I'm not just advocating for a particular position. I just feel like there's such a difficulty getting people involved in this community to do this kind of stuff, and to have people actually do it, and then after a few years after the fact go and unwind everything. I think it just does more harm than good, and I don't know what an amendment's gonna cost you guys, but is it really worth all the time that people spent getting this to where it is today? Thank you.
We also have Carson in chambers.
Hello, I'm Carson Clower. I live in the unincorporated area of the county, and I'll apologize in advance. I don't have a fully formed thought on this, so hopefully I'll say some stuff that you guys can take in and then make better. I'm kind of torn about the 5-acre zoning, and there's two reasons. I think, number one, it's underutilized in a lot of cases, and the other part of it is that I'm kind of a romantic about it. We talk about how ag's really important to a lot of us. I think most of us in the county, we look at ag, right? We don't interact with it on a daily basis. A lot of people do have jobs in ag. Most of the time, if your kid's doing something with ag, it's probably somewhere where there's 5-acre zoning, whether you have farm animals or a hobby orchard or something that you can actually get your hands on. I kind of track who's buying what as part of my job. The consolidation of farm ground locally, it's pretty crazy. There's only like 4 or 5 people or groups that buy farm ground. So if you have larger parcels, that means fewer people get to play in that arena, whether it's for themselves or for their business. I would say a lot of the local people who have 5 to 10 acres, they're in this zoning out off of Los Vivos, off of Comstock. They have those small farms. Somehow people make it work. Other people, it's just kind of nostalgia because you grew up on an orchard and you want to keep an orchard. Like I said, it's underutilized in a lot of cases, but I think that there's a unique local culture here, maybe San Martin, maybe a couple other places in Northern California because of the 5-acre zoning. Whereas most towns, you have density and then you have rural. And we don't. We have that in between that allows people to desire to get to it. And there's a lot of people who move here for that. They end up living in a 5,000 acre lot, or 5,000 square foot lot in town, and their hope is to eventually get out to the 5-acre zoning or the 1-acre zoning. I'm not saying that you're taking that away by doing this because that's already super hard to develop. There haven't been a whole lot of new lots in 1-acre zoning or 5-acre zoning. It's just the mechanics and the economics of it. But I think that hopefully you guys can find somewhere in between where you're not saying, hey, all ag's gonna be 40-acre minimums. You already have an area that's 5 acres. Maybe that area should have a different zoning that is specifically for ag residential. You have rural residential, you have a bunch of names for it, but I don't think you should have residential out in the middle of San Juan Valley or in the Hollister Valley. But you all have the same zoning along Fairview in places where the 5-acre zoning already exists and there's a couple thousand people who live out there. One other little comment is for public, quasi-public, I think it would be super helpful if the county and eventually the city start looking at identifying some sites with the school districts to start naming actual parcels, public, quasi-public. Okay, thanks.
We also have Julio Rodriguez in chambers.
Hello. I just would like to thank staff and the board for bringing this amendment forward, as I was very outspoken during the September meeting. So thank you for that. Just a couple things. I think the biggest concern would be the land speculation, mostly due to the California high-speed rail and the VTA and COG, I think Merced as well, partnership for that 152. I do worry that, because as was mentioned, there were some industrial commercial sites that were directly off of the highways. I do worry about that, in particularly just due to California's effort to kind of promote this mixed use, have workforce housing. Are we chasing, obviously tax revenue, but then in turn, we're going to end up unintentionally, basically, due to these laws, I think it's SB 2011 and SB 6, are we going to end up having housing out there? And then obviously we have to provide housing for these services. So those are just some of my concerns, is just land speculation and kind of build off what Carson was saying, just we really should promote the, agricultural uses. And obviously right now it's, something is kind of, I don't want to say broken, but I guess finding a way, this will be obviously a separate discussion, how do we promote agricultural use for people who are not, substantially wealthy? Thank you.
I also have two on Zoom. First up, Lynn Overtree, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Lynn Overtree. I live in the San Juan Bautista area and I work for the San Benito Agricultural Land Trust. I just wanted to comment briefly. I think the presentation was excellent. Abraham did a great job at addressing one of the issues related to using the farmland mapping and monitoring plans, that they were a little limited when it comes to property that has come out of those maps and changed to grazing when they still have high quality soil. So I'm glad that that's being considered to strengthen it a little bit so that we make sure we are protecting our prime agricultural soils, even if they've been not under irrigation recently. I also just wanted to make the comment, just a reminder that when we try to ensure that an equal amount of land is protected for the amount that is converted from farmland, that's still accepting a 50% loss. So 1-to-1 mitigation means you're accepting 50% of your prime agricultural land being lost. So some areas have gone to 2-to-1 or 3-to-1, something for the board and the commission to consider as you move forward. I also wanted to state that we have been working with the planning department, the county, on their application to the Sustainable Agricultural Land Conservation Program for the planning grant. It's been a wonderful experience working with them. We hope to continue to work with them if the plan is awarded. And I finally wanted to just comment on that new trade corridor. I understand the importance of realigning 152, but I see it cutting right through a very large tract of agricultural land and an important floodplain area. And I just don't know quite what the answer is, but I just wanted to state the record that we are concerned about that, the impact that will have on agriculture and flooding in the area. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Mary. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes. Oh, 1 second.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I do appreciate the fact that the new community study areas are being reviewed and possibly removed. I think that is a good call. I think a lot of people in San Benito County are not happy with the level of development that was proposed in the general plan with the 4 new communities. Pretty much they could be new towns or master plan communities. I do think that maybe the reason there weren't many comments is because a lot of people aren't aware of how much is being changed. This change that is being proposed, as well as the others that I'm just learning about recently, is pretty extensive. It's almost like redoing the general plan, a new general plan. And so I think that it might be wise to have more maybe town hall style meetings to let the public know. I think a lot of people, most people are not aware of how much is being changed. I also wanted to mention that those nodes that are in there still, the commercial nodes, I think they were there to accompany the new communities, the new community study areas. And if the new community study areas are actually being removed in this amendment, maybe those nodes should also be amended. You don't have a need for that many commercial nodes because you don't have all these new towns or master plan communities scattered throughout the county. So I guess my main point is that I think it might be wise to hold more meetings because what you're talking about here is not a minor amendment to the general plan. It is a pretty much a rewrite of the general plan. And even though I don't agree with Mr. Rovella about this, I do think that the previous general plan or the current general plan, 2015, was drafted with a lot of input from the development community who Mr. Rovella represents. I think it's time for more people to be involved in providing input about this major change to the general plan because it's not a minor amendment. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We have one other, and that would be Carminder Brown. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes as well.
Thank you. My name is Carminder Brown. I live in Hollister, and I'm also the executive director of the San Benito Resource Conservation District, or the RCD. The San Benito RCD, what we do is provide education, outreach, and technical assistance to landowners and land managers, including farmers and ranchers, to address soil and water conservation, climate resilience, and ecosystem health on private and public lands throughout the county. We partner closely with the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service, or NRCS. And so the conservation of and on San Benito's working farmlands and rangelands is a major focus of our work. I mostly wanted to comment on the SALC planning grant, the Sustainable Agricultural Land Conservation Program planning grant that Abraham mentioned in his presentation, along with Lynn Overtree, who commented earlier. I've had the pleasure of meeting with county staff over the past year to discuss applying for that planning grant, the possibility of applying, and more recently we've begun to develop the pre-proposal together. If that grant is awarded, it would provide state funding to the county to develop and implement plans for the protection of agricultural lands that are under pressure of being converted to non-agricultural uses. Specifically, that planning grant could be used to develop an agriculture element, which is currently missing from the county's general plan, the one adopted in 2035. And it would also provide funding to do the work to more clearly define the categories of agricultural lands that Abraham also outlined, in order to make sure that the lands that do merit protection, that loopholes could no longer be used to avoid mitigation for development of those lands. If the SALC planning grant is awarded to the county by the Strategic Growth Council, and I really hope it will be, the San Benito RCD looks forward to bringing our experience with agriculture and conservation of working lands to the process of developing the agricultural element for the general plan. We look forward to collaborating with the county, the San Benito Agricultural Land Trust, as well as other partners on this exciting project. And I believe that the result, I recognize that it might seem like it's unwinding work that's been done previously, but I think our community has changed. I think that our residents, both long-term and new residents, have a new understanding of what the current general plan means once it's implemented. And I believe that these amendments will actually help bring us all closer to a vision for the future of San Benito County that I believe can value and protect our agricultural lands and heritage while also revitalizing our economy and meeting the needs of our growing population. Thank you.
And I have no further public comment.
Thank you. Okay, who would like to start? District 1, you want to start?
Sure, yeah. So I guess, Abraham, right now, and maybe this is a question for the CEO as well, but what exactly are you looking for from us right now? Just general feedback, or is there specific items that you think need to be addressed?
At this point, Supervisor Zanger, it would be at the discretion of the Board and Planning Commission if you would like to actually give us direction to start a process of initiation, that we can take that. If you want to take this information and then bring it back at a different time, we're at the will of the board at this time in the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll just give some thoughts in on everything, and I'll just say these are my thoughts, not, I'm just speaking for me here, that's all.
Sure.
So first of all, just generally, awesome presentation, thank you for that, very informative, very helpful. As far as the issue being spoken about the general plan, going kind of unwinding it and doing it over again, I totally acknowledge there's a lot of work that went into the general plan before. I understand that, but I don't think that necessarily means that it's perfect. And I don't think we should be operating with this idea that just because it took a lot of time and money, it means it's infallible. So I don't think we should really be worried about that too much. I know it took a lot of effort, but I think there's some things that could be improved. I'll say that. So as far as just the presentation, a few points that I kind of would like to see a little different. First of all, I think the 4-year irrigation rule, I think that metric is silly. I don't think it's a good metric. I think I'd like to adopt something like YOLO had as far as voiding that rule out. Additionally, the 1-to-1 of prime farmland, I think, is not strong enough. I think 2-to-1 would be more appropriate. What else here? East of Fairview, I think the residential mixed, frankly, I think east of Fairview, I think it never should have been residential mixed. I think that was a mistake. And I think at this point, it would be wise to adjust that and talk about rezoning a lot of that land and keeping it as either rural or ag. And as Carson said, so it's clear out there, the rural zoning, and correct me if I'm wrong, Abraham, is 1 dwelling per 5 acres, right? So that would be what you see off of was Comstock and Los Vibros in those areas, right?
So yeah, it's the rural is 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. So I think east of Fairview, primarily, I just think it should be more rural, rural transitional and ag. And then as we go about this with everything, I think it's important to keep in mind Senate Bill 6 and Assembly Bill 2011 as far as the implications of those and what they're going to have. I'm not an expert on those. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know, but I think it's important to keep that in mind, definitely. I believe that's everything for now, but you can come back to me if something else comes up.
Did you have any comments?
Well, I guess, surprisingly, Dom and I think quite a lot alike. I agree with everything pretty much he said. I do think the general plan, maybe updated is the right word. I don't know exactly how that looks, but I just think, maybe some updating. I agree with the 4-year because some of these developers that have a lot of money, they'll buy the land, don't irrigate it for 4 years, and then want to develop it. So I agree with that. The 1-to-1, I don't agree with that either. I think it should be 5-to-1 personally, but and the other thing is, I don't know if this meeting with Caltrans and over this road thing, did they come out of their office in the last 2 months and see that most of this where they want to put this road was probably underwater? So I mean, that's something that definitely needs to be looked at, because I'm sure they can do something with the water, but the problem is it's going to dump it on somebody else. So I don't think that's a great idea. This road extension, I guess they want to call it. So that was all.
Thank you.
If I can add one thing I forgot to mention, sorry, but just one thing, just because I know you brought it up and you talked about it a good deal. The general plan update fee, I'd absolutely be in favor of putting in a general plan update fee as soon as we can. It seems like a lot of money that really would go to a good use here, and it's a shame that we don't have it already. So, and I liked a few different models. I think Santa Rosa had a good model with different fees based on different projects, whether it's an addition versus a new home. I think that's a good way to go. Those are my thoughts.
Great feedback.
Thank you. District 4, you guys want to go next?
Okay, first of all, you guys, Abraham, Ariel, you guys did great. This is a really informative, not just for us as new board members, but I think for the community that hasn't necessarily been following all of these things. I do have a few comments. I really agree with the prior Board of Supervisors about removing the residential the community study areas. So I think that is something that definitely needs to be, if not amended, looked at. When it comes to preserving in the 1-to-1, I'm not going to say I support a 5-to-1, but I do support if we look at it at a where is the city limits, and we work outward of the cities, not just Hollister, but also San Juan Bautista. And as you get further out in the county, looking at that as a higher number as opposed to closer to the land right around the cities. I don't think anything is a one-size-fits-all. And I think we need to be open-minded and think about this a little bit differently so that we can preserve, a larger portion, but also understand that we do have a housing issue. We do need to bring commercial business. I mean, there are some things that we need to address. I'm open to the comment from Supervisor Zanger about the 4 years and having that be longer. I think that's a conversation that needs to be brought back, because just because we didn't, I mean, look at COVID right now. I mean, you didn't turn the land in 4 years, so now all of a sudden it's going to be lost. It's like, no, I really think that we need to look at that, and that needs to have a review done to it. The Caltrans, I am on the Mobility Partnership. It's funny, some of the comments we've received, not just from up here on the dais, but from the public. Supervisor Sotelo and I are on that, and we raised a lot of the same questions. It's a flood zone area. You're just shifting the flood zone. You're taking 152 traffic. You're taking Santa Teresa traffic. You're taking 10th Street. You're bringing it all down into San Benito County at 25, where we already have a nightmare, and you think this is the answer to all of our problems. Yeah, don't worry. You have two very vocal people on the Mobility Partnership, and we've already started to would you say make friends? But we do plan to do a tour. We do plan to meet with Caltrans District 4, Caltrans District 5. We're going to be doing a lot more outreach in that area, but I do think we have to look at where that's going and the political pressure and how little power we have as a community compared to Santa Clara County that's pushing it down on us. And after hearing the challenges that 152 has 114 driveways, that 152 has, that's the realignment of 152, because there's 114 driveways that highway drives by, which is a huge hazard for Santa Clara County. Get it. I would not want a highway driving by 114 of our homes or our residents. Commercial zoning, I really think we need to look at the Hollister 2040 general plan amendments and where our commercial zoning is and where we are with infrastructure, sewer, water, and be able to kind of plan as a more broad community, not us and them, not the cities against the county, but really look at it as a whole, so that we aren't hurting each other in where we're wanting to go with commercial development to increase our tax dollars, because we are a Prop 13 poor county, and I'll keep saying it over and over again. We're not going to solve the problem by building houses, but we need houses to be able to house our workforce, to be able to bring the businesses, so good luck with that. I agree with the general plan fees and being able to start charging some fees. The only thing is I don't want to hurt commercial development, so I don't want those fees to be so outrageous that they actually hinder development from coming here, in the sense of commercial development or businesses that would boost our tax base. That's all I have at this time. Here you go, Robert.
Hello. I want to thank staff for the presentation. I agree with a lot of the other comments that have been made so far. That I would say start at 3-1 as a conversation for ag preservation. Adopt the Yolo County model. Get the community study areas to the Planning Commission as soon as possible for action. Deal with LAFCO regarding the residential islands. Let's keep the commercial and give them the residential. Buena Vista, the property that the county owns, I think that should be, the board should ask the city to annex that property so we can use it for some form of affordable housing. We also should be working on increasing the farm worker housing and homeless housing, and perhaps utilize that piece next to the existing farm worker facility. I don't know if we can legally use that quarry or whatever that was, but we should look at it. I would like to start off at looking at a higher minimum for ag. Do 320 within a certain distance of the city limits. You know, it doesn't have to be, it shouldn't butt up next to it, but allow so that we're not doing 5 acres until Piscinas, simply because Silicon Valley has a hunger for 5-acre parcels. We're gonna lose our ag at one rate or another, whether it's 8,000 square feet or 5 acres at a time. I think we need to plan that Silicon Valley's not going away. We could take the Hollister model and increase the density and plan for housing close to Hollister, since they have the sewer facilities that we don't. The fee for the general plan. I think a percentage would be great, with a max for commercial, and don't hit people as hard. You know, put a lower percentage on remodels and such. And I think that covers it for now, other than a general statement that I hope we don't limit the Planning Commission's ability if we're going to open up the general plan. Please don't limit us tonight to what we can do. Throw out ideas and concepts, but don't constrict us or constrain us, because things may come up over the next however long this is going to take. So I would just ask that you let us do what we're supposed to do, because that's one of the main functions of the Planning Commission.
It sparked more questions. I'm gonna pull a Dom Zinger, or Supervisor Zinger thing where I come back. The city islands, the county islands in the city, I know where every single one of them are just because of elections. And is there any chance that we happen to own any of those islands? Do we know?
If there is any islands that are owned by the county of San Benito?
Or that could be owned by the county of San Benito. And the reason I bring this up is because I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki about bringing high-density affordable housing into the populated areas of our community. I have reached out to some people that I'd like to bring to do some presentations about what that partnership could look like. One of the best sales pitches you get to these high-density affordable housing developers is that you donate the land, and that land is then incorporated into the city. So it's like a city partnership, county partnership, development partnership, and then we all win on the RENA numbers. So I'd really like to keep that as a you guys stop it, as an opening. And then I agree, do not restrict the Planning Commission to exploring all options.
I'm not done.
Oh.
Now we're going to volley back and forth. I would suggest that the county doesn't need to, it doesn't have to be in the county for the county to do housing. So there's some lots that just came up in the city that I think would be great opportunity for the county to buy and utilize for affordable housing and other uses.
Or partnership with developers that we could
Correct.
make a nice, sweet deal where we get it and we don't have to put the money out because we don't have money.
Correct.
Okay, we're done.
I would say for the island, I think rings a bell with me is the Vets Park. That's probably the only one that I'm aware of. Not sure about any of the other ones.
There's also along Chapel Road, just along the Chevron, along San Felipe, and then where Chapel Road is at, there is about 3 acres. We'll get on that topic in our land use element next. That's been involved in a home key grant discussion, and so we'll be talking about that. But that is currently owned, I believe, Health and Human Services, and Jaquerola has been working on I think purchasing that land, and so there is a possibility there, and we'll talk about that more in our next presentation, and Steve's going to be addressing that in a little bit.
Thank you. How about District 2?
Skip you guys, is that right? Do you want to go first?
Sure. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, first off, I want to echo everybody else in saying thank you so much for the presentation. It was extremely informative. I learned a number of things that I did not know. So very, very thankful for that. With regards to the conversion of farmland, I agree with most of what's been said so far by others. I think I heard mentioned that the 4 years should be longer. I actually disagree with that. I do not think it's a question of how long the land has been fallow. It's a question of what is the quality of the soil and what is the appropriateness of the best use, the highest use of that particular land. So I don't think there really should be any requirement, or not requirement, but any mention of length of time that the land has been fallow, because that just, there's going to be a developer that's willing to wait 10 years to get it, based on what he thinks he can get out of it. The one-to-one mitigation, right, I hadn't thought about it in terms of accepting a 50% loss, but the public speaker was correct about that, and I would support a higher number. I don't think I'm ready to commit to a specific number at this point, but it shouldn't be one-to-one. I think the agriculture element being missing from the general plan is an interesting point, and we probably should consider incorporating something like that. The elimination of the new community study areas, I don't really see that as quite as major of a change as Mary did, but I may be wrong on that. In any event, in logic, there's this concept called the sunk cost fallacy. And the sunk cost fallacy is basically, you've spent a certain amount of money on something, and so you feel like now you have to support that by, spending additional money or whatever. And it just doesn't make sense. The money is spent one way or the other. We're not going to recover the money that was spent on the original general plan, whether we amend it or not. So I think that's kind of a spurious argument with regard to why we should or should not amend it. And I think that's the extent of my comments.
Thanks, Rich. Just, you did ask whether we want to initiate, so definitely initiate the general plan amendment. One part that hasn't been touched on is when you talk about the one-to-one ratio, the language that's being used, and this has always been a pet peeve of mine, the shall encourage needs to be completely taken out of there. You tell a developer you encourage a developer to do something, they're not gonna do it. So you gotta require it. Okay, so that needs to be changed. Take shall encourage out of wherever it is in the general plan and put require, please. As far as elimination of new community study areas, yes, of course. This was actually used as an argument in the ballot initiative. It was part of, I'll just be honest, it was part of the county's, people with the county that were in favor of the measure to do that. So to go back now and to reverse that, I think would be extremely disingenuous of the county. And then the up to 20 acres, or up to 20 units per acre, kind of strewn throughout. I think that needs to be looked at in a lot of the areas where it's included. Just, we're a rural county, and we just, in my mind, over the last couple generations, we've been developing like a municipality, and we really have to focus on agriculture, rural. Housing is okay, but we shouldn't be developing the unincorporated areas like a city. So I would like to take a look at the number of units that are allowed per acre in some of these areas, maybe not all of them. And then, because I do believe this general plan is flawed, and general plans are meant to be amended. There's nothing wrong with amending a general plan. I think that's sort of part of the purpose. It's a 20-year plan. It's a long time. And just overall, to me, this general plan, I'll be honest, largely promotes sprawl. And we need to fix that. Egg production for the 4 years, I agree, eliminate it, don't increase the number. That's just a ploy that's used by developers, and we should take that out. I agree about exploring an agricultural element in the general plan. And then also would like to see more of an emphasis on commercial being adjacent to city cores or near services. I do believe if we if we aggressively promote commercial, you know, I think we do need to take a look at the nodes. I'm not saying eliminate all of them, but if you aggressively promote commercial, it is inherently going to eventually promote residential and more commercial in those areas. And I think we're going to lose the feel of our county at some point here. And then I agree on of course, on the update fee. I brought that up. I don't know what the number is, but there needs to be a nexus anyhow. So let's start the work on that. And then agree on some concerns about the trade corridor. Not necessarily against it, but I want to hear more from the public on that. That's an area where we really need to, you know, especially considering where it is in the county, the amount of traffic in that area, and the flood zone issue that was brought up. And I also agree about farm worker housing somehow being incorporated, and if we can, explore workforce housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
District 5.
Okay. There were a couple of things that I agreed with and disagreed with, listening to all other presenters. So first of all, I want to go back and thank Mr. Rivella for making that comment, because again, a lot of time and effort has gone into putting in the general plan. And if you go to the website, you will see all the names and all the individuals that were involved. And it's interesting that we even have some people in the community that are mocking it, yet they were part of the plan. So you talk about hypocrisy. So that's one issue. So whatever we do, we need to make sure we do it mindful, and we respect the work that has been done for those that went before us. Call in the word shall encourage. I'll echo that. Let's just get rid of the word encourage, because shall has a legal effect in that they must, required. So let's leave shall in there. Going back to the nodes, I would like to retain all the nodes and even consider possibly maybe adding a few more. It's going to promote economic development, it's going to promote tourism, and it's something that we should probably be looking at a little bit more stringently. I love the idea to look at the islands, and I heard somebody say LAFCO. Two of us are on LAFCO, so hint, hint. All right, my question was, what can we do to help facilitate the annexation? And then LAFCO came up, so definitely it's something we need to remove those islands, eliminate them if at all possible. As to the plan communities, I personally am against any type of development housing on the Bolsa, but that doesn't mean I want to eliminate all of them. That one specifically, we already know what a horrendous drive that is. We don't need to add more impact in terms of traffic out there, but I do know that that is a wise move on our part to remove that, but also it's a political war, a weapon that people are using. So let's just eliminate it once and for all, get it out of the vernacular, and then not even let it be a pro or a con for anybody's agenda that they're pushing forward. We don't need housing on the Bolsa, because it will then turn into, like Santa Clara County, one town turns into the next, to the next, to the next, and next thing you know, we're gonna be right there neighbors with Gilroy. So let's just stop it while we can, just remove it, eliminate it. Going back to the conversation about Caltrans and the proposed route, I know that Supervisor Sotelo and Curl are on the mobility partnership, but Supervisor Sotelo and I are on COG, and that's also a conversation that we are having with what is the proposed route. We need to see it. We are not allowing Caltrans to move forward without us having a say in it too, because both the mobility partnership and COG have an equal say. And again, if we three women have to get the community involved, or you talk about two women, let's put three of us together, and we will make the noise to make sure that the community is involved in that, because we do know that's going to be going the proposed, quote unquote, proposed route, because we haven't seen a map per se yet. They're just telling us, but the proposed map is going to go through some very critical prime ag land, and that's not acceptable at all. It defeats the whole conversation that we're having here. The general plan fee, I would say I would support that. I would like to start with 1% as a start, but I don't want to not address the potential for growth. I hear how we want to make sure that we don't deter any kind of development that may come, whether it's commercial, residential, whatever, but I do want to have already in the plan for growth. 1% is a great place to start. And I do like the fact whoever said that limited on retails or remodels, good idea for that one, because we don't want to penalize people who are already here. You know, we don't want to do that. Ag preservation, I think another good place to start would be a 3-to-1. 1-to-1 is not enough, but maybe a 3-to-1. You know, between the 5-to-1 that was mentioned previously, I think a 3-to-1 is a nice place to start. Affordable housing, we have to focus on affordable housing. We need to develop workforce housing. We need to develop multifamily dwellings, high density. I agree with all that. Farm worker housing, all of that we need to do. I agree with Planning Commissioner Gibson that we cannot limit the planning commissioners. Each of us selected an individual to serve as our representative on the planning commission, and I don't want to upset staff, but staff, you cannot be an obstacle in the way of the planning commissioners. You must let them make their decision. You must give them all the options, give them the facts, and let them make it. But please don't try to direct them and dictate where they need to go, because I have heard that has happened, and I don't want to hear that again. Mr. Gibson also mentioned about available piece of land that's available downtown. He's correct. It's where the old Red Dragon existed. Right now, it's just a piece of cement on the corner of 5th and East Street. That would be a prime location for the county of San Benito. It's for sale for $500,000. We go in there and we develop commercial on the bottom, residential on the top. You know, I don't know if the county wants to be a landlord, but it's a way for us to get in what we need to achieve the purposes hitting the housing requirements. The 4-year issue about the land going fallow, the 4 years isn't really an issue for me, but the quality of soil is, because I know that you hear people whenever they're trying to say, oh, that's sprawl or that's prime ag land. If the land is fallow and not being used, it's not quality soil to be farmed in the first place. So if we can kind of focus on the quality of soil as opposed to the 4 years, that's a biggie for me. I think that might have been it. Yeah, that's it.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
May I ask a question? Sorry. Just for a point of clarification, Supervisor Gonzalez, on the 1% for the fee of the general plan, would it be more kind of consistent with the city of Hollister as a per building permit cost, or would it be more like the valuation of the?
I like the evaluation, because again, that's one of the slides that you didn't give us. But had you given it to me, I would have quoted from your slide, okay?
Yes.
That's why I love the paper, because again, I go back and look at my notes.
Sure.
But I like the valuation aspect.
Valuation.
But again, you'd bring it to the planning commission, and they would eventually suggest it and then bring it back to us. But that way we get buy-in from both boards.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to try not to repeat myself, or repeat everyone else, what everyone else said. Thank you, Abraham, for your presentation. It was great. So I want to go back from the very beginning with the 45-day period that you gave Caltrans and schools and the public to comment. But let's extend that and give more, we need more publicity for the community because there's so much change here, and we do need to notify the public. You know, there are many working class citizens who are not really into politics, so let's extend that so at least they can have a voice and come in and speak on whatever they would like to. Then the next thing, I agree with Commissioner Robert Gibson in regards to Buena Vista with the affordable housing. I know the board and all of us like to say affordable housing, but we need to focus on low-income housing and farm worker housing. We do need to try to make sure that we have the lower income class included in that affordable housing element. And thank you to all the public speakers. I took notes and have you all in mind, Paul Ravella and Carson Clower. I really appreciate your comment. So just, I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Scagliotti, do you have any comments?
A couple. I'm concerned about the agricultural land bordering the city limits. What is the city's deal? Do they have, where they have to put 5 acres for everyone they take? What's the city doing? Because Buena Vista Road is the best land in San Benito County, and they're going on top of it. And as the county grows out, or the city grows out, they're taking the best farmland we have. If you call in north of Shore Road good farmland, it's marginal at best. So we got to be careful where the city grows. We got to be mindful of what they're going to do.
Yes.
And going back to the 5-acre parcels, no 5-acre parcels, 40-acre minimums, 320 on prime ag land is my concern. And the other thing we need to watch is where the state wants to put the roads. Every road I'm looking at is going through super prime ag land. It cannot be allowed like 156. 156 never should have been put where it's put. Excuse my language, it's not proper. But anyway, it should have never went where it's at. But we can't allow that anymore. And staff, thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, staff, and thank you to all of the planning commissioners for all of your time and commitment. I know you guys work incredibly hard, and I'm so incredibly honored to kind of be sitting up here with you, and I appreciate, all of the calls that I get occasionally and your input, so thank you so much. Abraham, amazing job on this presentation. It has really helped me as a new supervisor kind of understand some of these different things, so I appreciate how kind of in-depth you went. Just to clear up, on the mobility partnership, what was shown is that Highway 152, kind of that envelope area for that trade corridor that looks kind of like it's crossing through kind of that Shore Road kind of area. Right now, they are just studying that envelope area, that trade corridor. There has been nothing done for sure right there, but they are looking at that. So that will be something that, sitting on COG, that we stay paying very close attention to, as well as the mobility partnership. The other area that Supervisor Gonzalez was speaking about is Highway 25, the expressway conversion, project, and that is where they're looking at Highway 25 and kind of moving it around kind of the little mountain hill that's right there that would cut into some major ag lands. And so again, they're in the study phases of that. There has been no real recommendations. On Highway 152, there was community input and community meetings and things like that, and there was originally 4 routes that were being considered. They removed the most northern and the most southern, and that's where that envelope area is. So there has been some, this is previous, this is not, this board didn't decide this, or this COG board didn't decide this, but there was some agreement that that was the area that was most preferred. So we will continue to monitor those very, very closely. Preserving ag land is very important to me, and I will advocate as much as I possibly can. It is a challenge with the state because of the vehicles mile traveled. They don't want to widen roads anymore. And so we're hoping that maybe because of the way that our community is situated, with being kind of rural and some of the, so much of our residents commuting, we're hoping that we can make a case, but we're going to have to work really, really hard for that. So just a little bit of an update on that. As far as, let's see, where do I begin? I agree with Supervisor Gonzalez. I'm supportive of the nodes as well. I think we really need to focus on the economic development of our community. It makes sense in a lot of those areas for us to capture that commercial thoroughfare that's coming through. So I do think that's a smart place for us to be. I agree. I think we need to be a part of the Hollister's general plan. We need to make sure that our plans are somewhat complementary. And I will tell you that the mobility partnership, just kind of going back a few, is that we are bringing them to Hollister in December. And so we're hoping to do a workshop that'll be at the City Council chambers in December. So I think that's really exciting. I don't know that they've ever come here, but we made it a point that, hey, it's San Benito, it's Hollister, and as well as Gilroy and Morgan Hill that is on that mobility partnership. And so we felt it was really, really important for them to come experience our county. So So they are coming in December. That meeting will be held in December. We will make sure that we publicize that so that you can learn about the projects and you can be a part of that process. Just for clarification, I know I'm supportive of this general plan fee kind of update, but can you give us an idea of, when we're doing a full general plan, how much does that cost? Or even as we're diving into this and looking at a general plan amendment, how much is that going to cost us?
It really just depends, Madam Chair Sotelo. Back when I started in planning in 2006, mitigated neck decks, we can pull one off for, $20,000. Now, you probably can't do a mitigated neck deck for anything less than $50,000, an EIR for anything less than $100,000, and so a general plan usually requires an EIR as well. So it's just not the general plan update, but the EIR that goes with it. And so, my understanding, the city of Hollister started with an approximately $1.4 million budget. Not sure exactly how they ended it up, but that was an overview. But there wasn't a lot of, it wasn't a major overhaul of the Hollister general plan. So that in my meetings with them, that was one key aspect that I took. It's 1.4 million, but it wasn't a very major overhaul. A major overhaul would probably be more.
So are we looking at, with, kind of looking at these study areas and having them removed, would that be a major overhaul?
No, not for the study areas. For the study areas, actually, and working with county council, Joe has been really active since the very beginning with us. We're actually taking a route of potentially categorically exempting the new community study areas removals, because we're looking at potential significant impacts of if maybe if we were at this time considering placing more, then that would probably be more of an EIR, but we're actually considering removing them. So not necessarily in that part. But if we're gonna be looking at potentially adding an ag element and making changes, that can be what we can do. One of the things that we can do is we can try to see, kind of summarize all of the comments, and then kind of try to work with potential consultants that can help us with this and maybe provide a scope, timeline, and a potential fee that you can all consider. That's a potential route that we can go.
Okay, thank you.
In the application for SALC, or the Sustainable Agricultural Land Conservation, and doing that ag element, it's going to provide the county with $500,000, and the board approved it does require a 10% match, so we would only have to put in 10%, and it would cover everything, all of the community engagement process. The only thing it wouldn't cover would be CEQA, but again, we would look at whether or not we can use our existing EIR done for a general plan, or there as possible exemptions, or and what we can do to keep that in-house. But it would cover everything else. I did also really quickly, I was hearing a lot about how the commercial nodes, and really bringing commercial and really like prioritizing that. I just wanted to throw out the idea that when we do start opening that up and looking at that general plan, one thing that we can look at is pre-zoning. So we might have designations, but they're not actually zoned yet for commercial, and so that could be one of the things we really look at to bring in people here. So just a thought.
Thank you. So going back to that, the general plan kind of update fee, so I would be supportive of that as well. However, I do agree with Supervisor Curro, and I think there was at least one or two other supervisors up here who said we want to encourage commercial business here, and so I would want to make sure that we do everything we can to encourage that type of growth here, and so I don't want to have a fee that would be so expensive that we would and I agree for the remodels, we don't want those to be overly excessive as well. Do you know for these community study areas, So it said that the comments were due by May 29th. How many comments have we received so far?
There was actually 0 comments.
0 comments. So do you feel that if we extend the time period, would that be beneficial based on, I don't know, kind of traditionally, do you get a lot more comments, or is this pretty standard and that it's just?
Yeah, it really just depends on the nature of the project. There are some projects, depending on what it entails, we get so many comments legally, like submitted comments by law firms that we have to respond to. And then some that, you know, maybe just are not that as appealing to the public. So really, the official period is 45 days per this general plan requirement. But if comments come in, you know, before we come into the planning commission, because it would come to the planning commission first, we would take them in and we would consider them. Yeah.
I'm just wondering if it being now, you know, with this joint kind of meeting, if maybe it would spark some new comments. So I would be in support of extending that timeline. I feel like getting as much of the public input is really positive. I hear the public comments that were made previously, and I appreciate all of the time and energy and effort that individuals put towards the general plan. However, I will tell you, just coming off of the campaign trail, the growth here is one of the biggest issues that we have. And so I think we have to, you know, we have to listen, and I think we have to open it up, and I think we need to obviously make some changes. This is not where the community wants to go. And I think prior to probably 2015, there wasn't as much growth, and it's just exploded. And I think it just, we feel so congested, right? There's been the growth, yet our infrastructure has not kept up, so we're completely out of balance. And so I think this is an opportunity, even if it's going to cost us a little bit of money. I think we kind of owe it to our constituents. I really, really want to see us focus on affordable housing, and that's kind of all affordable housing. I want to see us focus on workforce housing, farm worker housing, senior housing. I would love to see us have a veterans village here, you know, kind of the low income. I really, really think that is where we need to be focusing on our housing. It is not with these developments that you're going to get 5 or 7 or 10. We're never going to meet our numbers. We're never going to have the housing for San Benito County that we need. For the last so many years, it seems like we've really been building housing, and we're attracting Silicon Valley, and that's great, but so many of our residents are not able to afford it here. And so I really, really want to see us focus on that. I think that's, and I'm supportive of the SALT grant as well, and I have looked at it. I've looked at what Santa Clara County did. I've looked at who was a part of that, and so I would be really supportive of that as well. As far as the one-to-one with the ag ratio and the 4 years, I kind of agree with Supervisor Kosmicki and Commissioner May that sometimes the years of it being irrigated or not is not really as relevant as the quality of that soil. So I think with that, that wraps up my comments. Is there any additional comments from the board? Yes? Commissioner Gibson?
Yes, it's difficult to constrain myself, but it's your floor. I would just ask respectfully that the board not delay the community study area process. We had one comment tonight, and that may be your one comment, and extending it, I don't think was going to provide any more public comment. I'd rather just get that thing done and out of the way, since it's going to be a separate issue than the update to the general plan when we get there. My only comment, I don't know what the rest of the supervisors think or the planning commissioners.
Madam Chair, agree.
Okay, well, we're not taking any action tonight, but it looks like there's a consensus to just move forward.
That is correct.
So,
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so let's move on to item 2.
Thank you.
Abraham, this is you again. We're receiving a
Yes,
presentation
yes,
on the
thank
San
you.
Benito County General Plan housing element.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Madam Chair Sotelo, and members of the board, and Chair Gibson, and members of the Planning Commission. Let me bring this up here. A lot of the comments that you provided within the land use actually are very consistent to, you know, what we're going to hear right now in our housing element. So It's up to you if you want to go district by district afterwards, or if you think that you addressed the comments, it's totally up to you. But this is an informational presentation that we'll be providing in regards to the housing element update that's due. And so we're happy to be here. This is essentially a kickoff meeting for the housing element update. And as you know, the board retained, your board actually retained Kimley Horn to help staff with the with all of the housing element update process. And so I'm gonna try to kind of go through these slides. And so that Kimley Horn is also actually the consultant that's helping the city of Hollister with their housing element update as well. So it's really good, especially in the conversations that we're having right now, that your board and commission were having in regards to that transition from the county to the city. So essentially, we'll talk a little bit about the scope of work for the housing element update. We'll do a housing element overview briefly, and we'll talk a little bit about the regional housing needs allocations, the summary of candidate site strategies. Candidate site strategies, also known as site inventory map. It's a requirement of the general plan update to kind of show where these housing units are can be planned for. Again, I want to be very specific. We're not required by the state to build them, just to have that land to plan for the housing units. And I'll go into depth in regards to, not into depth, but just kind of information you already know in regards to the different categories. Extremely low, very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. And then also a requirement for community engagement. So again, the kickoff meeting is today to discuss the updates of the housing element, and I'm really pleased to know that we have representatives from our nonprofit organization here, Chispa, and we've also reached out to others to also be here in case they want to comment, because very crucial that we work together, and especially with all the comments that we heard from you on this last item, the need for special needs housing and affordable housing. Kickoff meeting to discuss the update process, answer questions, and provide input. The meeting will address scope of work and schedule. We'll define outreach methodologies, and then talk a little bit about the type of data that we are actually going to be including in our update. Information on demographics, household growth, owner-occupied versus rental-occupied housing units, vacancy rates, percentage of homes considered overcrowded. The definition is 1.01 persons per room, not including a kitchen or bathroom. If it's more than that, then it's actually legally considered an overcrowded unit. And so it's very important that we, as a county, know how many overcrowded units are there in our county, so we can then try to see if we can provide goals and policies to try to address this issue and provide housing. Meetings and public engagement is also another part of it. So the tentative project schedule, kickoff meeting June 2023. We'll begin assessing all of the housing element components this month as well, working together with Kimley Horn. In August, we hope to have our first community workshop with the community and stakeholders. The goal is to have an administrative draft ready for review between October and December of this year, and then have it out for public review between December and January, and then have another virtual community workshop between December and January, and have it all finalized by February of 2024. It's an aggressive schedule, but this is one of our main focus. As you heard, as you all heard, and you well mentioned it, Madam Chair Sotelo, housing is a big topic right now in our community, and we as staff are hearing a lot of it as well, and have been. So why are housing elements updated? To ensure the housing element is compliant with state housing laws, to establish a plan for meeting the housing needs of all income levels, as mentioned, demonstrates the county's ability to meet current and future housing growth needs by establishing goals and policies, as mentioned. For example, if within the information that we receive, we find out it's not much of a secret, in the city's general plan, it shows that over 80% of the housing stock is single-family homes, and there really should be goals and policies to have multifamily, so we can have that. And so that's part of the goals and policies component, and then also engage the community in the planning process, very important. Housing element is certification. What is a certified housing element? It demonstrates that we're compliant with state law and reviewed and certified by the Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD. So we will be working with the state along the process of the update, not just at the end. So we'll be communicating with them throughout. And the benefits of the certification is that provide access to state grants and alternative funding sources. We have the SB2, REAP, LEAP grants. All of them required a component that basically asked, is your jurisdiction complying with the housing element? If the response would have been no, then it would be kind of very difficult to possibly impossible to get those grants. Having a certified housing element allows us to get these state grants. And then it protects county from penalties as well. The housing element components has an introduction of what the housing element is. It talks about the community demographic profile, as I just mentioned earlier. It talks about analysis of housing constraints, resources, and fair housing. Constraints even to what are the building permit costs? What are the impact fees? Are these constraints for building housing? Does the city have does the county have a moratorium, a building moratorium? That's a constraint. Does the county have a growth management ordinance? That could be seen as a potential constraint. I know with all these housing laws like SB 330, the state is kind of frowning upon like having growth management ordinances, and I know that applies to a lot of jurisdictions. Not sure if it necessarily applies to the county though, so that's just to keep it in mind. And then section 4 would be a housing plan. Appendices, Appendix A would review past performances, what worked, what didn't work, and our existing general land use element. As you can see here, I know it's a little bit small, but we went way overboard, as you well mentioned earlier, in regards to the above moderate housing, but in all the other ones, the extremely low, very low, and moderate, I mean, we need to work on that. And so this is what Kimberly Horn will be helping us to establish some policy to work on getting these compliant, and very importantly, working with people like Gabriel and others who work for these nonprofit organizations that promote affordable housing. Adequate sites analysis, again, sites inventory map. We will have a sites inventory map showing you all the different areas based on land use, zoning, of where we can actually meet those. Now, as you all know, we need to plan for 754 units, and I'll break down the categories very briefly. And so that will show where they can be built. If we have issues finding locations, there'll be recommendations to potentially upzone certain areas to meet those housing requirements. As Chair Gibson indicated, in certain areas, we should follow the city's lead in regards to upzoning, and that could be a potential to meet that. So that's the Appendix B. Appendix C, summary of community engagement. It's very important. State wants to know that we're having these meetings throughout. So that is a component of the housing element update. And then Appendix D, just basically definitions. Regional housing needs allocations. It was approved by COG. I know some of you are a part of that, and we're actually a part of that approval back on October 20th, 2022. The housing element must show how the county can plan for, not necessarily build, the RENA numbers. The housing element must identify candidate sites, as mentioned, sites inventory map. The sites inventory map must be in areas that the county has with existing and or planned resources and infrastructure, which that can always be a bit of a challenge, but that's what we're going to be looking at, working with Kimberly Horn. And the sites inventory map or candidate sites inventory considers zoning, what are the projected ADUs, accessory dwelling units, projects that are in the pipeline, to be in the approval process, projects with planning approvals, default densities and capacity assumptions by affordability levels, areas that have a minimum, or if we don't have a minimum requirement, we could look at potentially putting areas that we can say in these certain areas, a minimum of these housing units have to be built. And so those are goals and policies that we can work with you all as we're going through this process. No net loss basically means if there is a parcel that says, 5-acre parcel that says that you can build 8 to up to 20 units, then then the state wants to make sure that if that 5-acre parcel minimum is 8 units, that the county builds at least 40 units or a maximum of 100 units. And if when it comes to the planning commission, if the planning commission considers building less than the minimum, then they want to know why is it less. Like developers may say, well, after putting roads, parks, all these, we can't do the minimum of 40, but we can do 25. Then we need to make sure that either we're going to be okay with that or strictly have a land use policy that says, no, we won't budge. You have to have that minimum. And if not, then, because that's what the state wants from us. If not, then tell the state, what are we going to do with that difference? No net loss. And then the general plan consistency, meaning that we must be consistent. The housing element must be consistent with the land use element, circulation element, with all the others. Department of Housing and Community Development, HCDs, distributes the state housing needs to the regional council, to COG. COG gets it, and then they develop a methodology to determine what's the fair share distribution, and then they distribute to San Juan Bautista, City of Hollister, and County of San Benito. And as it indicates up on the screen, County of San Benito has been allocated 754 units, and out of that, 123 should be planned for extremely low income families, another 123 for very low income families. And very briefly, extremely low income families are families that are considered to make, for a family of 4, up to 30% of the median county income. The median county income currently, as you can see at the bottom of the slide, is $105,100. So that is, we as a county have the responsibility through our housing element update to plan for at least 123 units for families of 4 that are making $31,550 a year. And so, for very low income, another 123 units, low income, 198 units, moderate income, 103 units, and above moderate, 207. Last board meeting, I kind of talked a little bit about all the units in the pipeline, and just based on that, doesn't really seem that we'll have a bit of an issue. The least bit of an issue for above moderate. However, for all the others, we definitely need to work closely with Kimley Horn, Planning Commission, Board, and the public to create, avenues for those units. The candidates site strategy, I already talked about this. It's where all of the units should be located. Sites inventory map, so if it's okay, I'll just kind of zoom through it. They need to be in areas where, there can be potential infrastructure, or, where we can expand sewer, stormwater, and storm drainage and water. Community engagement strategy, very important. It is part of the scope. We are going to be holding at least 2 meetings, but we will give updates from time to time to the Planning Commission and the board throughout. These are going to be tailored to San Benito County. What are the needs for San Benito County based on all the information that we will be gathering throughout the process? Broad inclusion, including those most affected via community stakeholders, establish the context for informed decision-making, and encourage continued meaningful and accessible engagement, such as virtual workshops, live polling tools, online platforms and surveys, and multilingual efforts, complete translation services throughout the process. Again, community workshop number 1, we'll hopefully have around August 2023. Stakeholder workshops, fair housing, August through October. Community workshop number 2, we're looking at December to or January. Hopefully we can potentially talk about having another joint planning commission and board supervisors study session maybe around the end of the year, so we can actually bring this item back to you with all the relevant information prior to the release of the housing element update. And then have planning commission public hearings and board of supervisors public hearings and early 2024. We'll be, sending flyers, email blasts, community surveys. We'll just talk about all the different aspects of the housing update. I want to say that Kimley Horn was actually was planning on being here, but they couldn't make this particular meeting, but they will get a tape of this, and they will listen to all of the comments and so forth, and be able to start the process of the update. Talked a little bit about outgoing outreach. I want to address now the Home Key 3.0 grant. We have Steve Loop, who our county engineer, who we've been having meetings about a potential site on. I mentioned a little bit on our land use item on Chapel Road, about three acres owned by the county now, and by works of Enrique Ariola and his department. So we'll be talking a little bit about that. I'm going to pass it over to Steve Loop.
All right. Planning commissioners and Board of Supervisors. So it was interesting you brought up earlier some of the islands and county-owned properties, because we thought about that when we put a few of these slides together for the Home Key 3.0 grant. And so it's a grant that HHSA will be pursuing. As Enrique said, we have a team of 4 or 5 of us that are working on the grant. It's likely we'll apply for $6 to $8 million for this project, and the goal will be to install 50 dwelling units. The use of those units will be for the chronically homeless, but the site it's whatever the county and everybody in this room, deems to be most appropriate. So, in addition to this introduction over these next few slides, we're also going to talk about this project at the facilities meeting in a few days, and then we're actually going to present it to the board on the 27th. So this is really just a snapshot, but we wanted to get some of your creative ideas at least introduced to the project, and so we might be directed by staff, or staff might be directed to turn this into a low-income housing, affordable housing, but as in Abraham just mentioned, we actually have 3 acres, plus we have 2 smaller parcels, so we actually have a little over 4 acres to use. We do have a house on the property that we are currently actually remodeling with other monies from HHSA, and so that's it's going to house a family that will essentially be a homeless family that qualifies to live there. So we'd like to keep that one house intact. We don't have to. That could ultimately be turned into the facilities site manager for the project. But we're going to show you a few options that we're considering for the grant. And the good thing is the county already owns the property. And one thing I do want to mention, when the county purchased the property in 2021, there was a deferred improvement agreement, which is a favorite term of multiple planning commissioners seated tonight. And so as part of that deferred improvement agreement, we can't pull a building permit until we have done frontage improvements for half the road along approximately 800 feet of Chapel Road, which isn't a lot, which is good. It might only cost $500,000-$600,000, maybe not even that much. There's utilities there. We'll probably have to put in a curb gutter and sidewalk. We have some funding to overhead the utilities. PG&E's already reserved some funds for us to do that, so we'll call it $500,000. But before we pull a building permit for whatever is decided for the site, we do have to do those frontage improvements, and we don't have funding allocated for that, and we don't have funding allocated for the overall project. So let me just show you a couple concepts here. So the site's located, if you were to head out to the airport and kind of cross 25, your first right is Chapel Road, and you would go past on your right-hand side a couple small buildings, and then kind of a big open field area, and that's the county's property. I'll zoom in a little bit here. So this is the site. On your left is San Felipe Road, and as I said, you cross 25, you would take a right-hand side past the gas station, and that's the property. We've highlighted in red kind of the half-street frontage improvements that we have to construct before we can start constructing buildings and structures on this site. And so that's what's highlighted in red there. The light blue is the area that we intend to utilize. So one of the concepts that our team's looking at with the assistance of an architect that's actually worked on these specific types of projects is to have 50 individual homes. They're small homes. They range from between 600 to 1,000 square feet. Currently, as I mentioned, they are going to be utilized for what they call the chronically homeless families, individuals, and even youth if there's some adults that are assisting with caring for those youth. So essentially the project is to help the chronically homeless situation that luckily for our county isn't extensive, but obviously it's something that we all want to deal with, and a few of you, most of you actually mentioned tonight. So so that's the first concept, and in this concept, the 2 homes on the site would be demolished. We intend to demolish, there's a real small home that we own that's gonna be demolished regardless. The larger home, like I said, at least in the short term, we intend to keep and utilize until this project comes to fruition. The second concept is an apartment building, and it actually only uses about half the site, about 2.5 acres. So it really just uses the west portion of the site. And so the nice part about that is we still have roughly 2 acres available, actually a little bit more than 2 acres, for future development. So that's one of the big advantages of having it's about a 52,000 square foot apartment building. I'll show you a concept in the next slide. And there's actually quite a few more slides and concepts that we could present, but again, you're gonna see a lot of the same info in just a few days, and you're also gonna see more info on the 27th. So that's the apartment concept. That one's 4 stories, and that would hold at least 50 units. So we just want to introduce you to the site, to the project, just to get you thinking about housing and what are some of the possibilities for that project. And I will pause there and see if we have public comment or, yeah, and then supervisor comments.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. First up in chambers, Gabriel Torres.
Good evening, commissioners and supervisors. My name is Gabriel Torres. I'm VP of Operations for Chispa, former resident of Hollister, 17 years in Hollister, so I was part of the City of Hollister Planning Commission for 10 years. And so I'm very well informed of the community and know what's happening, and very thankful for Abraham for the invitation this evening. We worked with Abraham and city staff on their housing element for a number of years in the terms that we had to submit those. But I just wanted to introduce Chispa, for I know we got a lot of new faces, as somebody mentioned earlier, on the commissions and on the Board of Supervisors. Chispa, you know, we've been in Hollister. Our very first project in Hollister was actually a single-family rehab collaboration. For those of you that are not familiar with it, it was on San Benito Street. We worked with the Center for Employment Training, taught some youth how to go about doing rehab work, and that was a very successful project. We have 3 other developments in Hollister as well. We have a multifamily apartment complex that we partnered with the county on Buena Vista Road. We have a single-family subdivision on Buena Vista Road that was targeted to, and I know Commissioner Akuro was mentioning, moderate income families. So we did target county employees, city employees, hospital employees, and school district employees, and set aside homes specifically for those organizations. Because our goal was to provide housing for the locals. And those folks who couldn't afford, who were in between, not low income, but yet couldn't afford at that time the $600,000 homes that were being built in the area, and Lord knows there are a lot more now. And we just recently completed another project here, a 49-unit senior apartment complex on West Side. I know Supervisor Gonzalez was active in those projects as well. So we wanted to come this evening to introduce and let the commissioners and the Board of Supervisors know that we'll be working very closely with Abraham and how this next housing element is going to progress. And we are here to answer any questions, or if you wish to view any of our developments here in Hollister, we can make arrangements for tours and show you how we are able to collaborate not only with the county and cities to make these developments happen, but other organizations as well. And you know, we are definitely here for the county, for the city, and to provide housing to residents of San Benito County. So thank you again.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question? Thank you for being here. In terms of Chispa, if we went ahead and solicited your organization to help us with affordable homes, is there any way you can guarantee us that we can house our residents and exclude others, so that way we're able to assist with the affordable homes and placement of our residents and not outside residents? Because I know that can be problematic with programs.
It can, and I will tell you, on previous developments that we have on the ground right now, we have to comply with fair housing guidelines. With the multifamily developments, we were able to get into negotiated agreements with those organizations, the county, the city, the hospitals, to operate a random selection process. Some people call it a lottery, but the random selection process was the way that we were able to do that one. We did 2 homes per organization, and internally they did the selection process, the pre-qualifications. They worked with the lenders, and at that point we were able to get those folks into those homes. But we do everything possible to, for example, on our multifamily, to provide priorities for locals to apply first. So we're not, violating any fair housing laws. So we usually will ask them to come and apply during a first 2-week period, and then after that 2-week period, it's open to the general public. But at least they get a head start to understand what is required to live in an affordable housing development, because there are strict guidelines, background checks, credit checks, and everything that's required for those tenants. So it's not just an open rental type thing. But yes, we will work with the county. We've have past experience, and we're more than happy to do that again.
And I appreciate everything that your organization has done. I've seen what you've done in Monterey County, here in San Benito County, and you're an excellent organization. I just want to make sure, should we go that way, if we can get an assurance, that even if it's just a 2-week window where there's priority to locals, that would be fine. But just somehow, and if you do like a rating system, maybe a plus if you're, from the area. I don't know. Do you remember the old concept Techo, and that was the self-help homes built out on the west side of Hollister? Yeah, they did a lottery, and then they were able to, and this was like 50 years ago, they were able to go ahead and give priority to locals. And so if there's anything that we can do, that would be very advantageous for our community residents.
Thank you. And I will, once again, I will tell you that I'm here again tonight to let you know that you're going to hear for-profit developers tell you that affordable housing can't happen here, that they're going to find every excuse possible to say why they can't collaborate with Chispa, CSDC, a lot of the local folks here who really push for affordable housing. It can be done. They just need to come meet with us, and we could strategize. Obviously, with your assistance, there's things, some things somebody had mentioned, the land donation and helping our tax credit applications. Absolutely, that works. On the project, the home key, something that came up, and I need to really reiterate to the commission and to the supervisors. In many cases, putting affordable housing so far out into rural areas hinders our ability to secure financing for, let's say, that apartment complex that was displayed, because the financing is based on the proximity to services, to grocery stores where they can get fresh meats, milk, vegetables, things of that nature, to transportation. And in some cases, having those types of developments so far out creates really hard circumstances for us to secure that financing for those types of multifamily developments, for example. So just keep that in mind, that those services many times have to be available. We can still secure funding for those developments, but it's pretty tough, and there are a lot of other things that would be required of us to provide, let's say, transportation to town for those tenants, and that's additional cost to the development. But just wanted to put that out as a note as well. All right. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Want to go before? No, okay. Okay, thank you, Abraham, for the presentation, and thank you, Gabriel Torres, for being here. I appreciate it. I'm just so excited about this project because I come from, my husband and I purchased a home with the USDA with the self-help program for the housing development near Buena Vista. So this is really exciting for me, but to help our community members. However, I do have some concerns because the building is different than your regular single-family home that I purchased. This is an apartment complex, and I know you work with, you stated you work with individuals that struggled with maybe drugs or am I wrong? Did I say, okay.
Well, our organization, we did partner with the county on our Buena Vista apartments.
Okay.
We received funding from the health, it was a division of the health department where we have, and I actually wrote it down for this one, it's our Buena Vista multifamily, so we have several units that are funded through the county for people with special needs. So there was a desperate need within the county to utilize those funds as part of the Buena Vista development, so we set aside two fully ADA accessible units for people with disabilities, and those are ongoing partnership with the county. So in that regard, yes, we have.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. My concern with the housing development in this structure is that.
Hey, Commissioner, can we hold off on the, let's get the we've got a bunch of public comments, so if you don't mind, let's get to the rest of the public comment, and then we'll dive into
I
those
appreciate
questions.
that.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry about that. Okay, thank you.
We also have Carson Clower.
Hello again, I'll try to make it quick. So it is true that you don't have to build it, you just have to plan for it. But your community does not receive any of the benefit if it doesn't get built. So if you say, okay, we're gonna do this, and then you make it impossible to do it, it doesn't help anybody with their housing situation. So please just keep that in mind. Along that line of thought, is anybody talking to the city about their general plan update and how it's gonna affect everything that you wanna do? Because they have a policy goal that says that you essentially aren't gonna build that density and that you're not gonna have access to public utilities that you don't already have. So we can sit here and plan and say, okay, this property, but if the city's not gonna let you have sewer service going forward, it's kind of disingenuous that you're gonna mark that property as something that is actually could be built. So I hope that staff's engaging. I know that you have great staff, so I'm sure they already are. That process has taken a long time. I hope that you guys also engage because your opinions are gonna make a big difference in that discussion. And you talked 2 hours about zoning and different things. Well, if they say you can't build anything, your zoning doesn't matter. So, thanks.
Julio Rodriguez.
Hello. First off, I just want to thank the previous COG board for, I think, really pushing the RENA numbers. I think it's a very realistic number. So, Colin, I appreciate you, your hard work on that. I think 700 is definitely reasonable. First things first, the general plan and the housing element are supposed to work in tandem with one another. And I hate to throw you under the bus, Chair Gibson, but I know during my tenure as planning commissioner, we talked about the removal of, as kind of discussed here, the removal of the zoning east of Fairview. So I think it's important that, as they were discussing, that if they're working on a housing element, they're assuming that east of Fairview is still going to be zoned that way. So I think it'd be really important if we can expedite or tell the contractor that, hey, going forward, we are planning on removing any zoning, any single-family zoning east of Fairview, because they will be taking that into consideration when they are doing that. Secondly, some recommendations to, I guess, make the projects more affordable, like the Chispa projects, is absolutely build them near services that already exist, but also possibly decoupling parking requirements, because not everybody has a car, not everybody uses a car. So parking does make the project significantly more expensive. So, I mean, obviously, I'm just speaking anecdotally of what San Francisco and San Jose is doing, is they're decoupling their parking requirements. So instead of providing a one-for-one, so in other words, one unit, one parking requirement, it's actually decoupled. So I think it's like half a unit depending on, obviously, you can have a parking utilization study. What else? And I think that's it. So thank you.
We have on Zoom Christina Chavez. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Christina Chavez White. I'm a county resident, small business owner. Our family largely relies on the strongest economic drivers of our community, which are manufacturing, number one, agriculture, number two. I'm a mother who's essentially and viscerally connected to the future and our opportunity to do what's essentially a relevant, affordable, and practical paradigm shift. So I thank you all for participating this evening, and for Mindy and the county and the Board of Supervisors, the Planning Commission, for engaging specifically regarding the housing element and other related topics for us this evening, as they're all interconnected. Absent a public information officer at the county or the city, and unknown infrastructure and or support for community information and engagement, I ask that you please refrain from assuming that any lack of public and stakeholder involvement in this evening's meeting, much less any work from the county, is by any means an indicator of support, opposition, and or desire for information and or guidance of how to participate or opine in any process. A public notice was indeed issued for tonight's meeting to fulfill legal requirements from the Brown Act, but in this case, the agenda did stray, and for good reason, into public information sharing, history, opportunities, and issues that are critically important to the current status, future planning, action, and investment in our community. Concerns for growth are largely influenced by traffic and out commuting, as approximately 60% or more of our community residents commute to work outside of our county on two-lane roads that are core interconnects between Highway 5 and 101, the only route of its kind between San Jose and Paso Robles. I think it warrants great consideration that, as you know, California is deep into a housing shortage that's fueling homelessness, poverty, and inequality. Since the last recession ended formally in 2010, the Bay Area has created at least 722,000 jobs, but built only 106,000 housing units. That imbalance has pushed people far away from where they work. It's forcing them into wildfire zones, into our community, resulting in soul-numbing commutes, frustration, confusion, and anger. I'm asking that we please partner in solutions. For example, not long ago, the County Health and Human Services Department had Affordable Housing and Homeless Task Force. City, county stakeholders, one of the work products had been the identification on opportunity and catalyst sites for housing in the city and the county with access to transportation, services, and more. I hope we can pick up on that momentum and work on collaboration with the county, city, affordable, and traditional housing stakeholders such as CHISPA. It's so great to have Gabriel there tonight. He's such a critical component to this discussion, and they're a critical partner as well.
Of no further public comment.
Thank you. I'll go back to you, Commissioner Toledo. Would you like, yeah.
Okay, so Gabriel, I just wanted to direct my comment to you. I'm a little worried about the apartment complex. I don't want it to, I'm not trying to be biased, but I want to make sure that our community members who apply for this housing is safe and accurate for those family individuals, single families, or lower income parents that really need these homes, because I've seen these types of apartments out of town, and basically, I don't want it to turn into a bad area where there's like addiction of homelessness, and it's just an awful place to look at when you drive by that area or that section where it will be on Highway 25. That's all. Thank you.
You bet. On that note, just a couple clarifications. So, great points, first of all. A couple things about the site. One, I think one of the reasons why it was geared more towards the chronically homeless and not necessarily low income was due to some of the reasons that were mentioned just in the last few minutes about maybe it's not in the best place for being near services and those type of things. So again, it's a good site, but it is slightly outside the downtown core. So that was one of the reasons it's kind of focused more towards the chronically homeless. It doesn't have to be, but that's what the grant is going to be applied for. Second thing is, believe it or not, it's actually in the city limits. So we'll have to work with the city regardless of what we all decide to do with the site. So we own the property, but it is within the city limits, and so there is sewer and water in the street, which is refreshing. And so the grant actually isn't submitted till the end of July, so we have a little bit of time to think about what we all want to do with the site, but great points. So I'll pause there.
Commissioner, Supervisor Kuzmicki. Did B already went?
Yeah, real quick. Just pointing out the growth management ordinance. I know there was questions on that. I could be glad to talk further, Abraham, but definitively they do not apply to San Mateo County. I did a lot of research on this a couple years ago, and we are exempt according to SB 330, and I'd be glad to consult with you later on that if you'd like. And then just circle back to the RENA, just so everyone knows, when the COG board last year took up RENA, the county's portion was actually like somewhere in the 2,500 home range, and so very glad that we were able to get that down to 754, and then 550 of those units are affordable. So that's, I think very reasonable. And then appreciate CHISPA being here. I would definitely like to see us partner more with organizations like CHISPA and strongly encourage that. And when it comes to whether we're talking about apartments versus homes, this is another area where I just think we have to focus on community engagement, and let's listen to our public and see what they have to say, what they have preference there. And I also think just the functionality of it, the need for a manager of the site and how that might work for apartments versus homes, because somebody's got to manage the site, I would imagine. And then I know HHS would play some role. And then also would like to take a hard look at residential zoning, particularly in rural areas that are farther from the city. And I agree that the Fairview corridor, we should definitely take a look at amending that. Thank you.
Yeah, I just had one really brief comment with regard to the parking situation and decoupling it. A couple of years ago, I had the opportunity to go up to Eureka for a conference of the California Planning Commissioners Association, and I saw a model of an apartment. Well, the apartment was constructed, I shouldn't say a model, but a possible model for something that we could do here, which is that only 40% of the units actually had parking provided, but every unit, all of the residents were given a transit pass. And given that, they still were able to have like 2,000 applications for the 200 units that were available. So it didn't deter, the lack of parking didn't deter anybody. Now, obviously, this is out a little bit, not in the boonies, but maybe not that close to existing transit options. But it may even be worth looking into partnering with transit agencies to try to get a route established that would enable us to do something along those lines. And that's all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Questions?
Comment? Do you have something to say? I'll go next. All right. Yeah, I don't have much. I just want to say that the parking. I like the idea of decoupling the parking, especially if it's for chronically homeless. I don't know what the need for what the need is for cars. I don't know, you know, how many of them have cars versus low income. I don't know what the numbers look like in that. So that's something to think about. And then just, yeah, obviously I just want to restate that I definitely want to look at residential zoning in different parts of the county.
Good job, Abraham. I just had one question. So who would run this? Would the county run it, or who would actually oversee the building or whatever we did?
On the home key one, or just the general plan update?
Well, no, I'm sorry, to this apartment or the home
The
key,
apartment, yeah.
So it's kind of interesting for this specific type of housing. The residents actually qualify for HUD housing funding, and so that funding essentially would be I don't know if it has to be, but the intent would be utilized for this site, and whether or not there's an on-site facilities manager or not, we'd have to determine that, but our county would be responsible for operating the site essentially. So yeah.
Thank you. Just one other comment. I mean, I appreciate the public that's here and the public that, you know, and that is part of the problem. We don't hear about any problems or any suggestions until after we make a decision on something. So I would encourage the public, if you have something, bring it forward prior to. Don't complain after the fact because it's too late then. So I would just, I appreciate the public that's here and the public that's online because it gets tiresome. This isn't the first board I've been on. Hearing after the fact that we did something wrong, or, you know, never hear that we did something right. So that was my only comment.
Well, I have a whole list. It's hard to believe. Regarding the home key, if it's transitional, that would make more sense, I think, as opposed to anything that's for sale. And I would say that apartments are better because you not only get more bang for your buck as far as building costs, but you also have less maintenance. 50 roofs to maintain is a lot more expensive than one. Cost to widen the road. Are there grants available to widen that thing on both sides? And I'd also like to see if we could get something to put a sidewalk all the way down San Felipe to where services are, so people aren't getting too close to San Felipe, because people tend to go 65 miles an hour there. They forget that they're not on a interstate. As far as the housing element, I'd like to have the Planning Commission included in the workshops, have it agendized so that we can have a role as opposed to hearing about it after the fact. Tiny homes, mobile homes, and a reduction of the ADU impact fees might be a way to go. We cannot build market rate homes and expect to provide affordable housing when we're getting 15%. Not only that fact, but the fact that we're adding a lot more traffic onto 25. And as we all know, that's not going to see any improvement for many, many years, if at all. We should focus, like I said before, on increasing density, steer away from single-family housing, and focus on multifamily housing, build up rather than out, and try to do it close to the city or in the city if possible. And then our grants, a lot of the issues that we're having is because we're not ready for the grant money. So I think we need to, if we have to increase staffing or whatever we have to do, or have more meetings, not too many meetings, because that's the problem with government. We have more meetings and don't get anything done. But if we could get something or several projects shovel ready, that would be fantastic. And the county should focus, in my opinion, on purchasing land in or near the city for affordable housing and get rid of the things that are out off of Fairview and a floodplain that obviously we're not going to do anything useful with. I'd also suggest that workforce housing, while it's nice, shouldn't be a huge focus, because a $700,000 or $800,000 home isn't affordable if you're working at a local retailer or service job. And infrastructure, we have to be mindful of how we're planning, because like I said before, highways are not going to get widened anytime soon, if at all. State doesn't really take a deep interest in what our needs are. So while we're planning, let's plan on that, and then work with a mobility project to get VTA or Caltrain here. And then we can have a housing corridor there where we can go up more than 4 stories perhaps. start to plan for the next 50 years instead of doing it a few years at a time. That's it.
Okay, I pretty much agree with Commissioner Gibson on a lot of things. The one thing that I want to keep in mind, and we've already hit on it, but incorporating the cities and COG and the community in the outreach so that COG is a part of it along with the mobility partnership. I think this is a huge vision, and looking further forward, I completely support looking, long term. In looking at just what the current, I believe, zoning is, because I went right where Gabriel went, was where's the city at with the zoning in that area? And my understanding is that's considered the North Gateway commercial end of the city. And so what does that future look like? And is this really something that will mesh well? I also completely agree with transportation and sidewalks and making sure that this is a safe zone. I support the 4-story, and having the other parcel for additional development. I do know from my experience in low and very low and transitional housing, they all have cars and they all need parking. Even though you provide them with transportation options, they're not going to use it because of, either their work schedule, their family schedule, or their daycare schedules. It just becomes a major issue. So they typically do have, but having that future transportation and what that could look like, whether that's connecting to where the high-speed rail is going to be, or if there's any way we can start to have that conversation with the mobility partnership and COG, but really having COG be a big part of this so that we're looking at the two cities and the county holistically. When it comes to doing affordable housing like this or transitional housing, you have to have an on-site management firm or team. You cannot turn away. It is an ongoing operational issue, or you will end up with a facility that you can't utilize. So I really am, I'm going to be very firm on that one. When it comes to advertising and engaging the community, I didn't see anything on here about social media, and I know we've recently lost our media, sorry, I'm having a brain fart. Our PIO. But whoever is replacing the PIO or whoever is temporarily in place, we need to make sure that social media and door-to-door information, because as you know from the floods, not everybody has social media, not everybody has, internet, so we need to be able to reach out to the community that's in need. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
I only have a couple of questions about the apartment building. It's only 4 stories. Could we go like 5 or 6? Even get that much more in there?
So one thing, I didn't want to get too much in details, but if we ask, let's just say the project costs 10 million, the way the ratios work for reimbursement of the units, we would actually have to come up with 2 out of the 10 million, so roughly 20%. If we ask for 5 million, the county would have to come up with $1 million. So if we ask for 20 million, we'd have to come up with 4 million. So we thought about that as well. So we have to balance that out once we decide the use. But noted. And the architect, they have a way, if we decide we want to expand on the building, they can design the structure accordingly, so you can go up or out, typically up, like you said. So in the future, you could build up.
Well, since we're going to have, if we put the apartment building, then we're going to have, what, 2.5 acres left to build on?
Correct, approximately, yes.
So we can tie another apartment building to that one eventually.
Correct.
And we
You
get
could
more
do
money,
a
we get more
sister
people
building.
housed for the money we're spending. So in the long run, we'd be better off with an apartment building, if that's approved.
And it sounds like that's the consensus of the folks up here, so I think I'll express that to our team, so noted.
Thank you.
You bet. You bet.
That's all I have. Everything else has been said that I'd like to say.
I just have a couple of questions. One, so kind of going back on that apartment, could we partner with somebody like CSDC to potentially, like, we build it and then they run it? They're already kind of in the business of running housing and things like that, and can probably do it for cheaper than what the county could probably do it for.
Yes and yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask a question that maybe should already know the answer to, but I don't, and I want to be very clear on this. So when we're considering the RENA numbers, the county has our set of RENA numbers, but then the city of Hollister has their RENA numbers, correct? So with this project, whether it be the single-family dwelling units or the apartments, if that's in the city of Hollister, does that go towards the city of Hollister's RENA numbers, or does that go to the county's RENA numbers?
Very good question, Supervisor, Madam Chair Sotelo. Normally, and we can clarify with HCD, but our understanding is that it goes to wherever the jurisdiction is from. Gabriel mentioned the 45 apartment units that they collaborated with the county and the city back in 2015 or so, I remember. And so at that time, we reached out to HCD to see if there could be some type of a collaboration in regards to, because they needed to show for grant purposes that they were gonna start off with the county. And the city said, we will provide services, but we wanna annex it. So there was an agreement that the city allowed them to start with the county, and then prior to occupancy of the first unit, they would annex the whole thing into the city. And HCD said, if both county and city are okay with, out of the 49 units splitting the numbers, then we would honor that, as HCD indicated that. We're having those conversations with HCD now. It sounds like that policy might have changed, but we can confirm. But short answer to your question is that if it's in the city, then it
going to
would
the
be in the
city.
city, yeah.
So, okay, bummer, but okay. I would be in favor of the apartment as well. I think just with the opportunity to potentially be able to add more than 50 units to that site in the future, even if we can't afford it right now, I think the future, future opportunities there gives us a lot more flexibility. So I would be in favor of the apartment. Interesting concept on the parking limit, and I would be open to looking at those things, but I don't know that I'm completely sold on it. I don't know how it would work for our community, being that we don't have a lot of public transit available, and so obviously we can do better in that area, but with what we have right now, I'm not sure that it would be a great fit, but I'm open to looking at that. And I do agree with Commissioner Gibson and Supervisor Curro about if there's any possibility of us extending some type of a sidewalk or something along San Felipe to kind of those county services, especially with this apartment for kind of the homeless population or transitional, I think is really smart. And so I would love to see us be able to do that, make it a little bit safer for people right there. So those are kind of my comments on this. So thank you. I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you so
Steve,
much.
Abraham, Ariel. Okay, so it is almost 7 o'clock. We've been here for 3 hours. Does anybody need a 5-10 minute recess? You guys good? Okay, let's plow through it. So the last item for this evening is 1C, and we're going to receive a presentation on the San Benito County mining operations and provide direction to staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair Sotelo.
Thank you.
Members of the board, Chair Gibson, members of the commission. We actually have Benchmark. Benchmark Resources is the county's agency who helps us with all of the different mining operations. And so this item was requested by the board, and so we will be providing this presentation. Good news is that I heard they have it limited to about 20 minutes or so, but very informative. So, without further ado, we'll like to introduce Bruce and Andrew from Benchmark Resources.
Yes, my 2-minute introduction is now going to be a 30-second introduction. So Benchmark Resources, we've been working with San Benito County doing your annual inspections for mines since 2006. So it's about a 17-year partnership. We've expanded our services to also help you with reclamation plan amendments for existing operations. We are also doing CEQA evaluations for the Nash Road project, a new application called Ranch 35, and we're also helping with a reclamation plan amendment and environmental review for ends. They're doing an additional reclamation plan amendment. So I just want to introduce who Benchmark is, and with that I'm going to turn it over to Andrew Heineman, who is our mine engineer and our state licensed geologist who does the annual inspections for the last 10 years or so.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the time, and like Bruce said, we will try and make this as quick as possible. I do think there's some very interesting things that I would like to, I'm sharing one of my favorite things with you guys. So mining and geology is what I do. So we'll go ahead and go on to the next slide. And also, just to give you a little bit of background, I understand a lot about San Benito County, and everything that you guys have talked about tonight was very interesting. I was a resident in Monterey County for a long time, both in Pacific Grove and South Monterey County, and so I've been around the area a lot, and I can associate a lot of what you guys talked about. So one of the things I was asked to talk about tonight is the significance of mining in San Benito County, and a little bit of economics and stuff like that. So I want to start with, at the state level, the California mining industry production resulted in 2022 in $5 billion revenue. It's the fourth largest gross revenue in the United States for mining. Number 1 and 2 is always Arizona and Nevada, and that's primarily because of gold and copper and silver. Always number 3 or 4 is California or Texas, and that's because of construction aggregates, the material for construction. I noticed one of the hot topics tonight was a lot of infrastructure and construction, and there is a lot of that in California, and that's where that $5 billion in revenue comes from, is mainly construction. It's not a lot of gold mine in California anymore. There's 1 or 2 very large productive gold mines, but that's pretty much history in California. So it's not as romantic and glamorous as gold, but it generates a pretty big revenue. In comparison to Arizona and Nevada, are something on the level of $10 to $15 billion a year. So Texas is right around the same as California. They're going back. There's a lot of growth in Texas for the last few years. So anyways, fourth largest gross revenue in the United States. And that's the result also of the unique geology and construction aggregates. I think I covered everything in that. And construction aggregates consist of rock, sand, and gravel. This is just a chart going over what I just talked about, the 2022 revenues from each state. You can see that there's a lot of revenue generated in the western United States and Texas. California leads the nation in aggregate production due to construction. Approximately 120 million tons of aggregate produced per year in California. And so the foundations of homes, apartment complexes, commercial buildings, sidewalks are all made with concrete that require aggregate and limestone. Streets, of course, can be made with asphalt. That also is, the bulk of asphalt is aggregate materials, sand and aggregate. Roofing materials for housing also comes from aggregate, unless, of course, in some rare cases is metal, but that also comes from the ground, funny enough. Typical house along the adjacent street and sidewalk require approximately 229 tons of aggregate. 103,000 houses built in California in 2020, so you do the math on that. California consumes basically 5 tons of aggregate per person every year. California does produce other industrial grade minerals. Examples are abrasives for industry, clay, diatomite. Diatomite is a sedimentary mineral that has really unique properties that are used a lot of times in filters, water filters for clean water, for example. Gypsum, lime, silica, and talc. All these are basic things for construction. California does produce gold. There's still a lot of gold in California. There's just not a lot of active gold mines anymore. And under an executive order, the USGS drafted a list of 35 critical minerals to the health and safety, actually security of the United States. 34 of those 35 critical minerals have been discovered in California. Of course, that doesn't mean that all of them can be developed as a mine site, but that just shows you the unique geology of California compared to the rest of the country. And with that, there's just a quick slide. everybody's probably seen this, is a geologic map of California. And as a geologist, just looking at this, in a very short summary, I can tell you that there's some prominent things you can see there. The Central Valley, that tan area, it's tan because it's young rock. It's all been eroded from the surrounding mountains and deposited out there in the valley. And so in those areas, you're going to see a lot of mine sites that are like sand producing. Not a lot of rock, no drill and blast operations, anything like that. Then in the surrounding mountains is where you have younger rock. It's harder. It would require drill and blast, and you get some more unique minerals, and you can have these specialty type of products. The San Andreas Fault, as all the residents here are familiar with, runs right through San Benito County, but you can see that kind of on the west side of that Central Valley there. And all those bright colors basically mean that it's either igneous or sedimentary rock. It's a little bit more unique than just the tan. The tan stuff is like young, quaternary, what we call quaternary sand and dirt deposits, basically. The red that you see running north-south is the Sierra Nevada. The green that you see running north-south is the Coast Ranges, which you will find here in San Benito and Monterey County. This is just a quick slide that shows the distribution of the mine sites. So you can see they're all over the state. There's several hundred of them, and that's all I really wanted to show there. Just to talk a little bit about, we talked about all of these different land uses tonight. And one of the things I would like to point out about mining is it is actually the most regulated land use in California. To open a mine in California, the following requirements must be met. The site has to go through CEQA analysis that almost always ends up in an environmental impact report, an approved reclamation plan that has to go through the SMARA process with Division of Mine and Reclamation. A use permit with all the applicable conditions of approval have to go through the county and lead agency. SMARA requires local agencies to adopt ordinances to administer mines in their respective jurisdictions. SMARA, and with that, SMARA was significantly revised in 2017, and the county is in the process of updating its ordinance right now to comply with the current SMARA statutes and regulations. We're actually, since 2017, been going by those statutes and regulations. You kind of have to, because we report everything to DMR, all the annual mine inspections that I do, the financial assurance cost estimates that I recommend for approval, and all that stuff has to be sent through the state. It's a very long and tedious administrative process that has to be done. And so we've been doing that since 2017, just in order to legitimize the lead agency, the county's SMARA program, and give them more credibility. We're updating the ordinance to actually show what that is that we're doing.
Can I ask you a quick question? Can you, what does SMARA stand for?
I'm sorry, Surface Mine and Reclamation Act. That's been since 1976. There was, if you look at the history of mining in California, they had gold mining, in the 1849 to 1800s. They just kind of mined kind of wildcat, and there was some environmental issues, specifically with runoff going in the farmers. The first environmental lawsuit actually was in California due to hydro mining, where they're just black. So anyways, with that and the development of regulations in 1976, they came up with the Surface Mining and Reclamation Act.
Okay, so surface mining
And Reclamation Act.
and reclamation act.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's all it regulates all surface mining in the state of California. There's very, very specific statutes and regulations that everyone has to go by. This is just a quick list of the mine sites in San Benito County, and I won't talk about all of them, but I will hit on a couple of key sites. This is the blue dot showed the distribution of the mine sites within the county. You can see there's one on the very south end of the county. That's a very small, what they call gem mine, where they actually produce the state gem, which is Benitoite. It's a titanium, barium silicate. And a lot of people like to, actually people come from around the world to pick through where they mine it and bring it to a site where people can go and look through it, and they like to find there's these beautiful blue crystals that or some of them are such good quality that sometimes they sell for like $10,000. People use them for wedding rings versus diamonds sometimes. Anyways, and then on the very northwest side of the county is an extreme difference is with Granite Rock's Logan Quarry, and I'll talk about that a little bit more, the Wilson Quarry. And then, you know, along the west side there, we have the Inns Quarry, which I'll talk about, and the Dolomite Quarry, and I'll hit on those a little bit. This whole slide is on Granite Rock, and I'll skip over. If you want to know more details, you can. It is a large site. It's the largest site in the county. It's also one of the largest sites in the state. It's the largest crushed rock aggregate mine west of the Mississippi. There are other mines that are larger, but specifically for crushed rock for aggregate, they're the largest ones west of the Mississippi. They're mining an igneous rock that a lot of people call granite. It's not truly a granite, it's a gabbro, but it looks like a granite to most. If you don't study those rocks, they look the same. But it has a high density, and that's consequently how they got into business. Originally, they were providing ballast for the railway, and the unique geology that's there, combined with the railway, has enabled them to be in business for 123 years. They're able to ship rock all the way up to San Francisco. Economically, one train car of rock is basically equal to 4 truckloads, so they're taking a lot of traffic off the road, and utilizing that rail, it enables them to get that rock up there economically. They've done, obviously they've provided a lot of material for local projects like Highway 25, 156, the airport, and several local buildings. Right around 100 employees generally. They've recently put in a solar production area on part of their site there. That's enabled them to offset 65% of their annual energy use. They've done some charity stuff that's resulted in $100,000 to local schools and charity over the last decades. I think that's it for them. Other unique or site that's worth talking about is the Stevens Creek Williams Quarry. Produces roughly 200 to 250,000 tons a year. They're currently running out of reserves, and they're actually reclaiming right now, but they'll be in the process of closing down and reclaiming because they don't have any more reserves left. The Inns Quarry, located off of Cienega Road, produces roughly 100,000 tons of aggregate and landscaping materials from a granitic rock. And again, that whole Gavilan range is mostly granite. And so that's why you also have on the other side in Monterey County, you have Granite Construction has the Hanley Quarry. They're mining similar rock to what Inns is. Also the Hidden Canyon Quarry, which is just outside of Soledad on the west side of the Gavilan Range, right on the other side of the Pinnacles, is also mining granite for construction. Granite Rock, Southside Sand and Gravel, produces approximately 100,000 tons of aggregate rock and sand. They're also running out of reserves. They probably won't be running for more than, I can't imagine them mining for more than three more years. And that's near Tres Pinos there. And that is what I call younger rock. Some of that stuff that's not as exciting, the tan rock I showed you on the geology map, and it's mostly sand they're getting out of there and a little bit of aggregate. Then the Dolomite Quarry, which is also along Cienega Road, just north of the Inns Quarry, produces about 50,000 tons of dolomite rock. Dolomite rock is like limestone. Limestone is calcium carbonate. Dolomite is calcium magnesium carbonate. They send a lot of stuff to the Bay Area. It's very unique because it's very white. It's also very similar to the geology of the Natividad mine site in Monterey County on the other side of the Gavilan Range. It's these roof pendants. As that granite was pushed up with tectonic activity and everything in the San Andreas Fault, on top of it originally was limestone and dolomite, and that has since mostly been worn away and washed off to rivers and oceans, but there's these little, what geologists call roof pendants of these limestone and dolomite deposits throughout the Gavilan Range, and they're utilizing one of them. Natividad is utilizing another one of them. all the other sites produce significantly less than 50,000 tons per year. I mentioned the Gem mine and its unique Benitoite, and then Muleshoe, which is on the southern end of the county, right outside of King City, is one of the very few gypsum-producing mines in the state. Consequently, they are also out of reserves, and they're in the process of reclaiming right now also. And gypsum, I mean, there's like one other gypsum mine in California, and it's large scale. It's down in Imperial County. Other than that, there's like one gypsum mine in Colorado, one in Utah. That's pretty much it. It was a very unique site that produced a lot of gypsum for a while. Now, a lot of the gypsum is coming from Mexico. San Benito County geology, real quick, it's part of the Coast Ranges geologic province, mainly formed in the last 150 million years, but it does contain some older rocks. The east side of the county was formed from the Pacific Plate being accreted along the convergent boundary of the continental plate. So again, the San Andreas Fault, before it started moving in as a transform fault, there was this convergent boundary where the Pacific Plate was being pushed up against continental plate, formed these mountains and the rocks. Since then, the western portion of the county formed from transported rocks from the lateral motion of the continental plate along the transform boundary. Due to this unique geology, San Benito County has mountains and valleys that you see, igneous, metamorphic, and sedimentary rocks. Yeah, there's really unique geology here. When I do the inspections, I go to every mine site. I really enjoy traveling the whole county. It's very unique, and yeah, it's got geology like it's an epitome of California. And then with that, I just wanted to show a quick geology map. And I'm sorry, I don't know how to use the pointer on here. Abraham, could you, real quick, I'd like to.
Control this one and then.
Okay, okay. Yeah, so just to point out, here's,
This one too.
okay. Oh, well, I gotta press two things, okay. So Hollister's here, San Juan Bautista over here. So on the very northwest part over here, you see this purple trending thing. This is the Gabbro, and this is where the Granite Rock Logan Quarry is. This is where the William, or it's actually up right around in here is where the Williams Quarry is. Down here in this also purple granitic rock is the Inns Quarry, and right above that you see this little blue. These are roof pendants. This blue is all the limestone and dolomite in this range. That's the dolomite quarry, and you know, and anything that's out here in this tan, what I call less exciting stuff, it's all just sand and silt, and those are some of the deposits where they might get. You know, they mine sand and might be out of a stream bed, and they get recruitment every year. And then the Gem mine is way south of here. I'm not showing off the map, but I basically want to show you that like this purple color is the Gablin Range, and over here, this is where the Natividad Quarry is, mining Monterey County, mining the same dolomite that the Dolomite Quarry is mining on this side. And same thing down here would be the Hanley Quarry mining the granite, and Hidden Canyon mining the granite that the Inns Quarry is mining over here. That's mainly what I wanted to show on that slide. And then I was asked to kind of look at give you a little bit of quick summary or comparison of neighboring counties. I do the inspections also for Monterey County, and living there, I'm very familiar. I actually managed the Dolomite mine on the west side of the Gablin Range for Lawast for 10 years. I was a mine manager there. I also was the manager of a sand mine north of Marina that is now closing. But yeah, Monterey is very similar geologically wise and from a mining aspect to San Benito County. They have one large dolomite producer, which is Natividad, mines over 1 million tons per year. It's mining like I described, the roof pendant on the Gablin Mountains. They have two medium-sized producers mining granitic rock. From the west side is a Granite Construction and San Benito Supply. And then they have a bunch of really small quarries that produce less than 50,000 tons per year, similar to San Benito County, that sometimes, depending on construction market, they might not mine anything. Santa Clara County is a little different. They have, well, similar in some ways, but different. They also have one large mine site that produced limestone and cement for 130 years. It's the cement grade limestone has been mined out, and they're just selling aggregate grade stockpiles for the next 15 years. There's another large site that does produces aggregates. They're running out of reserves, and you know, in Santa Clara County, permitting new reserves, or the idea of permitting, you know, even an amendment to the current rec plan you have, or permit, or a new one is at best difficult, probably impossible. There is one large potential mine site that they're having lots of opposition, and there's a lot of Native American cultural issues. So that's, in a nutshell, the neighboring counties, Monterey and Santa Clara. And that's pretty much it. I had a bunch of slides that look at each and individual site and where they are and stuff like that, but I was trying to keep it to a short time, so. Yeah, that's it. If there's any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Let's go ahead and go to public comment, please.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. I do have Andy. On Zoom, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes. 1 second. It's not unmuting. There it goes. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Should I try it again? Okay, let's try Christina. You've been unmuted, ma'am, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Can't hear us, but we hear her.
Okay, thank you. So, I want to thank you all for your leadership, your courage, and your commitment to our community, your public service staff, and our officials and our volunteers for the Planning Commission. Thank you so much for what you do. Just for a point of history and for a point of concern and question, Measure H was approved by county voters in 2018, where mining businesses would pay a tax of $118.80 plus an amount based on the number of tons of minerals depleted from the county within the preceding year. The measure was approved and was expected to raise about $635,000 a year to be used for county services, mostly committed towards road repairs. So the per ton was 10 cents per ton of mineral depletion for mining businesses, and either $30 or $118 per business, in addition to between 66 cents and $7.80 per employee, depending on the type of business. My questions are as follows. This income was promoted to fix the roads. How much has been collected? Who may not be contributing their fair share? And how have the funds been expended, and how are future funds being allocated to fix our roads? Thank you.
We also have Mary. Ma'am, you've...
Hi, I'm actually letting my husband speak. He couldn't unmute himself, so go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, sorry, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. So my name is Andy Shaw Coron. I live in Aromas, and I've lived near the Granite Rock Mine for over 30 years. And this past winter, we experienced something pretty remarkable from the mine. With these storms, the giant overburden mountain that they have out there that the supervisors approved to fill Muertos Canyon washed down the creek beds by the thousands of tons. In some areas, the deposit was 3 foot thick. this fine, gray, sharp material that washed down Cole Road, then across underneath the highway to Carneros Creek and out to Elkhorn Slough. Central Coast Water Quality Control District came out and measured it. I talked to the man who was doing it. He says, this is a dangerous material in that it is very, very fine, very sharp. So it doesn't do us a lot of good to have regulations in our county if nobody enforces that. I was involved in the concerns about this overburden dumping over 30 years ago, and there was supposed to be revegetation of that giant overburden deposit out there, which has not effectively been done. So as I said, thousands of tons washed down. It flooded people's homes down the creek bed. It washed Elkhorn Slough, but as we speak, that stuff is blowing towards San Benito almost every day, especially San Juan Bautista almost every day. So when you talk about mining, obviously we need materials mined, but what you need to have is regulations that actually protect the environment and protect the health of people in the county. And as good as those regulations are, somebody's actually got to enforce it, which has not been done by our county. And I think that that's what you have to think about when you consider the possibility of any expansion of mining, or even in the case of the Granite Rock, since they got approval to fill additional canyons, the problem would only get worse in future years if the level of enforcement continues as it has been up to this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No further public comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Gibson, would you like to start us off?
Of course. So basically, we had a public hearing a short time ago, and we were missing some information. But since then, all of us were offered the opportunity to meet with staff and the consultant. And I will say that I am much more satisfied today than I was on our during our meeting. We were introduced to the red line document so we could see what the changes were. We heard that some of the permittees had some items that were brought forward, and those changes will be brought to us for tomorrow. So it's I feel much better about the situation than I did a week or two ago. That's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Curl?
The only item I'd like to do is I'm going to do some research on that measure H. I really thank the public for, I do know that was a measure that was passed, and I do want to look at if the enforcement. Okay, good. Here we go. Ariel's going to talk to us now.
Yes, so it was approved in 2019. There is a business tax that's the $30, and then there's the tonnage multiplier that's specifically for minerals, and it's the 10 cents per ton. I personally work with downtown admin on a yearly basis, going over, who has paid, who hasn't, and but based on our annual inspections, we can determine how much tonnage was done that year, and who, and then we then communicate with the mines to pay that. So it's on a yearly basis being collected. I do not have the exact total amount today, but you could roughly come up with 10 cents times the tonnage that was in 200, 250K, 100K, and then get a rough number, but I don't have the exact total in our accounts right now.
I think you're going to have the questions that I have, so if you don't ask them, then I'll ask them after, because I think this is more you than me.
And I just have one request. Abraham, if we can have an offline meeting about Mr. Shah Karan's concerns. I wasn't aware of that, so I'd appreciate having a discussion sooner rather than later about that.
Absolutely.
Thanks for the presentation.
Okay. I've got a couple of questions. what are, with several of the mines being close to kind of the end of their life and having to kind of go into kind of their reclamation plans, what are some of the reclamation plans for some of these plants that will be no longer mining?
So reclamation plans in general can vary dramatically based on when they were drafted. A lot of the reclamation plans for San Benito County were drafted a long time ago. The thing, when you can imagine when SMAR came to be in 1976, you had to have a reclamation plan to run, so everyone just kind of signed whatever, hired whatever consultant to make a rec plan, and they signed their life away. And it happened all over the state. And in places like deserts, some people really got in trouble because they signed it, they were gonna revegetate and have all this plants and everything, and nothing grows in the desert. So you can imagine there's some challenges. But in general, the reclamation plans generally involve some grading to make sure that slopes are all stable, and make sure that there's no drainage problems like was described on the guy who called in, and that it's revegetated and that it has an end use. And actually, that was one thing I wanted to touch on in the talk was mining is very unique in that it's the most heavily regulated industry or land use in the state. And funny enough, it's the only one that's really temporary. You know, everything that we talked about, all these projects and the conversion of 1-to-1 or 1-to-5, whatever, you get rid of the agriculture to build a house, that house is in there in perpetuity, or the shopping center or whatever else. Mining isn't, it's temporary. There's always a second or end use. So it's something that I think is unique with mining that I wanted to point out. Anyways, yeah, it's grading so that slopes are stable. It's putting in the right drainage infrastructure so there's no runoff or erosion problems, and revegetating and make sure it gets to a second end use, which a lot of times is sometimes just open space, sometimes it's agriculture, so it's grazing. So that's generally what a rec plan is. Yeah.
Do you know, and this might not be a question for you, but you might know it, on the different quarries that we have, and probably a few of them in particular, are we collecting the sales tax from those quarries, or are they mining the product out of San Benito County, selling it from possibly another location, and another county reaping the benefits of the product sold?
I think it's the former, but I don't know for sure. You're right, I'm not the right person.
How can we find that information out?
Staff will get you an update.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And then do you know with Monterey and with, I think it was Santa Clara or Santa Cruz County that you used, do you know, like with their ordinance, is the 10 cents per ton, is that a fair fee?
Well, whether it's fair or not, I don't know.
Well, what are they charging?
They're not.
They're not charging anything?
I know
Okay.
Monterey isn't. I don't know for Santa Clara.
Okay.
Monterey does not. And one thing I will say, I did do an analysis a few years back and looked at all the tons from all different sites and gave a spreadsheet of roughly what the revenue would be from that.
Mhm.
And I think Ariel was right on. It was something like, I want to say 229,000 or something like that, or
Okay.
250. But the struggle there is that there's really only one producer that's making a lot of material, and I mean they pay that 10 cents, and that's basically the bulk of the budget. All these small producers, some of them, like I said, are not even producing in a year. That it's just not a big revenue. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But I will say it's a lot bigger revenue than everybody else is hauling material in the county.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Do you have any?
The only other two things maybe we could add to this is the question from the public about how much money was generated and how much did it actually go to roads from Measure H, and then the volume of trucks. We in our community are always talking about the volume of trucks, and the landfill is a huge issue, but when you look at the volume of trucks on our roads, is there any way to measure that and how these operations impact our roads? You don't have to answer. This could be a follow-up later.
Yeah, we can definitely follow up on the specifics, but the traffic and truck loads there's only a few main producers and the rest is limited. Sometimes they're not even hauling anything in a year. And so the impacts to roads is it's actually much more minimal. And some of those larger mines, I mean, it's, you know, private road, and then they're going straight to, you know, state highways, and so there's limited areas of where they're actually on county roads and that are being impacted. And so, but we can get you, like, we'll get you a memo.
Can I add to that? Going back to the road use and any potential damage, I know that there's a project coming forward and a dedicated route in terms of what that quarry mining's business should be. But I would like that for any of the businesses operating in San Benito County, so that way we can go ahead and do a collective, cumulative kind of wear and tear to see what's happening and what roads are being impacted. Okay, because I don't want to single out that one company, but if we can get all of them, that would be great.
Is that a doable task for staff to do? I don't know how it sounds like a lot of work for every single business. And
well, not the businesses, but the quarries. I mean, how many do we
oh,
have
you're
here?
talking just for quarry
And the heavy
okay.
trucks, yes. I saw Abraham shaking his head, so I assumed he understood.
Okay, sorry. I thought you meant like
yes.
every business,
Oh,
and
no,
I'm
no,
all,
no,
oh
no.
my gosh.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Commissioner May?
Just an observation for what it's worth, and this reflects on Santa Cruz County, actually, not San Benito or Monterey. But the Granite Rock Quarry, I actually live in Aromas, and Rogie Lane is the primary feeder, well, one of the primary feeders for the quarry for the trucks. And if you look at the condition of Rogie Lane, the northbound lanes where the trucks that are full are exiting the quarry are torn up ridiculously. The southbound lanes where the empty trucks are arriving are in good shape. So clearly the trucks are having an impact on the roads, even though it's not roads in San Benito County, just for what it's worth.
Thank you. That exemplifies exactly what I was trying to get. So thank you.
And I do know when we looked at this before, all of that money collected goes into the general fund, and so we can specifically earmark, you know, a project with that per the direction of the board.
Can we ask some of these quarries to keep the trucks on state routes and stay off of our county roads, like Fairview? I mean, or make an ordinance to say, hey, you can't use, only to get where you have to go to get onto a state route, to get out of the community? Is that possible?
I don't know. I mean, that would be something that would definitely could be put into a new permit with any new site or something like that. But I will say they do typically do that. And, you know, one of the things that I don't think is understood is the bulk of the material that is being mined in San Benito County is being shipped out in rail. And the little bit that's not rail is going directly on 101 and north. And so, and not to throw anybody or industry out of the bus, but under the bus, I actually ride a bicycle, so I've ridden all these roads in San Benito County, all over Monterey County, and I can tell you it's pretty clear who's tearing up the roads. Not to stick up for mining or anything like that, but it's not mining. It's not trucks from quarries. Yeah.
Farmers.
Yeah. I didn't say that. but and like yeah, I mean all the other sites, it's just very little, and they're gonna want to get the most quickest way to get on the highway is what they're gonna want to do already. Yeah.
Madam Chair, can I make a suggestion? I know it's going to be difficult to count how many trucks.
Well, actually, the number of trucks is not. I mean, that's a known number that can be looked at.
Oh, perfect. That's what I was going to suggest. I know more than likely they're 18-wheelers or the ones that carry. My father was a truck driver, so I'm very knowledgeable in that part of it. However, maybe asking the businesses who haul or who put the rock, sand, and gravel onto the trucks and onto the 18-wheelers, count how many employees they hire, and then we can count by that. But you said you can get that total, so that would probably be a great way to see how many trucks are on the road. Yeah, thank you.
And our tax isn't to the employees, it's just to the tonnage trucks that are going, okay. Sorry.
Commissioner Gibson, no? Okay. I don't have any more questions other than I would just say if there's any quarry operator, mining operators out there that would be willing to give me a tour and help me understand things better, I would be really open to that and would love to participate. So, yeah, I'll end with that. So, can I get a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
I'll second. So all in favor? Aye. It's 10-0. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody.
Great meeting, everybody.
Vanessa, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for everything. All the logistics and everything is key. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good job, everyone. 3.5 hours. 2 hours minimum. You were right, I guess. 2 hours minimum, so you're right. She said 2 hours minimum. But she's right. She said minimum.
I said